Chapter 1, Short Break. This chapter is updated by novels.pl/n. These events take place after chapter 2176 of Epic, with the meeting coming to an end after a short discussion regarding potential allies. Vahn left the conference room to find Sarina sitting out in the hallway. Plopping down next to her, Vahn gently nudged her shoulder with his own, asking, "What's up? Did you get in an argument with someone?" Exhaling a sigh, Sarina shook her head before resting it against Vahn's shoulder and answering, "I tried sparring with Mash and Lot." Understanding what the issue was, Vahn grasped Sarina's left hand with his right before planting a kiss atop her head and saying, "You're not weak, Sarina. You just need time." Mash might appear to be around the same age as you, but she has been training ever since she was a very young girl. As for Lot, she is several thousand years older. Though she nodded her head in understanding, Sarina's mood hadn't improved as much as Vahn would have liked. The core issue wasn't that she was weak, it was the fact she was weak in spite of being the vice leader of the Sage Dragon's Hearth. Sensing the internal conflict in Sarina's mind, Vahn's immediately kicked into overdrive. There were actually a number of solutions to the problems currently plaguing her. One was a prize that others competed for, so, after a moment of deliberation, he asked, "Would you like to try spending some time in an actualized world? We can go together and I can support you while you assist others in saving the world." Perking up the moment she heard Vahn's words, a radiant smile developed across Sarina's face as she exclaimed, "I want to go to Dragon Ball. If I learn how to control and manipulate Ki, I can easily become stronger." Resisting the urge to point out more than half the members of his harem could teach her how to control and manipulate Ki, Vahn just nodded his head, saying, "Sure thing." "Is there a specific point in the timeline you wanted to start from?" Understanding this was her opportunity to spend a lot of alone time with Vahn, a mischievous smile developed across Sarina's face as she answered, "I want to start from the very beginning." Back when Bulma and Goku had first met, though he didn't actually mind, Vahn couldn't help furrowing his brows, asking, "Are you sure? At your current level, you could easily defeat most opponents prior to the Z timeline. If we arrive near the beginning of the series timeline, it'll take upwards of 30 years to reach the events in Super." With an even bigger grin on her face, Sarina replied, "I know. To close the gap between me and the others, I need at least that much time. Besides, I'd rather start early so that we can change a few of the things I didn't like about the original series. Like, how did Bulma end up with Vegeta? He wasn't that bad by Super, but the guy was a complete nutjob throughout the Android, Cell, and Majin Buu sagas." Resisting the urge to point out there was a Vegeta among his templates, Vahn just issued a light chuckle before squeezing Sarina's hand and saying, "Well, if that's what you want. ... Opening her eyes with a start, waves of surprise washed over Sarina's mind as he found herself lying beneath the canopy of an abnormally colorful tree. Its leaves were slightly bluish-green, and, despite resembling normal leaves, they were far more vibrant than normal. The same could be said for her surroundings, almost as if the entire world had been covered in some kind of filter. Rising to a seated position, the first thing Sarina noticed were the richly colored hills, mountains, and plateaus that seemed to stretch infinitely in the distance. The second thing she noticed was the fact that her body was much smaller than she remembered. "No. I haven't really gotten smaller. It's like my proportions have changed. That's due to the influence of the system template. It allows you to bypass the law of normalcy and perceive actualized worlds from the perspective of an outsider. If you want to experience what it's like to be a true native, you can turn it on whenever you want." Having become accustomed to telepathy, Sarina wasn't surprised to hear Vahn's voice in her head. Her only concern was whether this was the voice of the actual Vahn or the system he had given her prior to her transmigration into the actualized world of Dragon Ball. Appearing next to her, Vahn helped Sarina to her feet as he said, "In the end, the decision is yours to make. I don't mind journeying alongside you, but we both know how that will end. The question is, do you want to try and resolve things on your own, or do you just want to have fun exploring this world together?" Though she knew exactly what he meant, Sarina just giggled as she linked her arms around Vahn's neck and said, "I'm not going to complain about sharing when you've basically agreed to spend the next 30 years with me. So long as you don't go building a massive harem, I don't mind if you entice a few key figures along the way." Understanding the futility of trying to deal with Vahn on her own, Sarina had already formed a list of potential scapegoats. Bulma was a dead given, but, depending on how things progressed, she wouldn't mind adding people like Kale, Cauliflower, or even Chili into the mix. She had seen a spin-off series with Broly as the main character, and, while the inordinately kind Saiyan treated Chili exceptionally well, the green-skinned alien ended up becoming a cripple shortly after giving birth. Sensing Sarina's thoughts through their mental link, a wry smile developed across Vahn's face as he said, "If you want to fly across the universe saving people, you'll need to increase your strength. We didn't come here so I could fix things. I'll definitely step in if something happens, but you'll need to handle most situations on your own." Resisting the urge to chortle in amusement, Sarina was about to call Vahn out on his inability to ignore people in need when two sounds, one high-pitched and one abrasive, reached her ears. Tracing the sounds to their origin, she noticed a remarkably short youth with wild black hair running in their direction with a fish more than 10 times in size and tow. At the same time, further up the dirt road, a compact, bluish-white car with the words Turbo written on the sides could be seen barreling towards the little kid without slowing down. Oh, wow! I almost forgot that the vehicles at the start of the series actually traveled on wheels. Though it hadn't been that long since Sarina watched Dragon Ball, it was easy to forget details from the earlier episodes when there were literally hundreds of them. Nodding his head in affirmation, Vahn resisted the almost instinctual urge to step in and pull Goku out of the way as he explained, "Bulma, her father, and Dr. Gero are nearly as intelligent as Android 21. They just need a little push and they're able to develop technologies that can revolutionize, not just their world, but the galaxy beyond. Earth really is the linchpin of this reality." As those words left his mouth, Vahn watched as Goku, somewhat surprisingly, evaded the car that Bulma was driving. The actualized world he had entered was chosen at random, so even he didn't know the exact course of events that would take place. He could easily find out by taking a sneak peek into the future, but where was the fun in that? Though she was the one that had nearly run someone over, it was the young, blue-haired woman behind the wheel that leaned out her window to shout, "Hey, what's the big idea, you little brat? Get off the road." In response to the remarkably shrill voice, the inordinately petite youth adopted a fierce yet heroic expression on his face as he adopted a wild stance and shouted, "This is my fish. Get your own." Without further discussion, the youth charged toward the bluish-white car before planting his foot in the metal bonnet covering the engine. To the shock and horror of the blue-haired girl sitting in the driver's seat, the engine was completely totaled as the car was sent skidding backward for tens of meters before ultimately flipping onto its side. It was fortunate she was wearing her seatbelt, as, without it, she may have been flung from the car. Fearing for her life, the blue-haired woman emerged from the passenger side window of her car with what appeared to be a Walther PPKL pistol in hand. Then, with surprising accuracy, she began to unleash the entire clip into the black-haired youth while screaming her lungs out. Having never encountered a firearm before, the inordinately petite youth was quite surprised when the slugs impacted his skin. He was durable enough to jump from cliffs and resist the biting force of massive dinosaurs, yet, in spite of this, the fly-like projectiles were able to leave painful indentations against his face, neck, and chest. Though he did his best to cover his face and eyes using his arms, the youth still received a number of bruises to the more sensitive areas of his skin. There was even a trail of blood running from just above his left brow, so, the moment the woman's clip had emptied, the youth lowered his guard to reveal a remarkably incensed expression on his face. "You're gonna pay for that." Screaming even louder the moment she heard the youth's words, the blue-haired girl continued to fire futilely as he leapt towards her like a wolf pouncing on its prey. Fortunately, just as his fist was about to impact her face, a hand wrapped around the youth's wrist as a soft voice declared, "That's enough." Surprised by the sudden appearance of a third party, the blue-haired woman was about to scream even louder when she noticed who, Or, more specifically, what our would-be savior looked like. The fear on her face immediately morphed into an expression of zealous glee. Then, as if she hadn't just experienced a life-or-death situation, the pony-tailed brunette declared, "Holy cow, you're, like, super handsome. Want to be my boyfriend?" Though he offered a polite smile, Vahn didn't immediately reply to the woman's words. Instead, he flung the struggling youth in his grasp away before saying, "Calm down, kid. This woman isn't your enemy." While others might be more difficult to convince, especially after having an entire clip unloaded in their face, the wild-haired youth immediately relaxed when he heard Vahn's words. Then, much to the surprise of the blue-haired woman, he scratched the back of his head and asked, "Really? Then I guess I should apologize, huh?" Without waiting for Vahn's affirmation, the black-haired youth politely cupped his hands towards the befuddled brunette and said, "Sorry for attacking you. My name's Goku. What's yours?" Recovering from her shock, the brunette's first instinct was to complain about the state of her car. The presence of Vahn, however, caused her to think twice, as, no matter how she tried to events in her favor, the incident was clearly her fault. Don't mention it. As for my name, well, pointing towards the words imprinted across her chest, the brunette blushed ever so slightly when she noticed Vahn's eyes following her movement. "My name's Bulma." Briefs. As the name Briefs was among the most famous in the entire world, Bulma was relieved to see that neither Vahn nor Goku had an obvious reaction to her name. She hated people treating her as if she were special due to her heritage, so, seeing the informal and authentic expressions on their faces, a smile developed across her own. Unfortunately, the moment she was about to ask Vahn's name, the presence of a fourth party promptly made itself known. I/N, alternate titles, I'm not jealous. I swear I'm not jealous. Okay. Maybe just a little. Chapter 2. Machinations and Subtlety. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Amused by the pouty look on Bulma's face, a mischievous smile developed across Sarina's during her introduction. Her stay in the game board put her around the same age as Bulma, so, while she dared not compare herself to mature beauties such as Da Vinci and Artoria, she felt pretty confident in front of girls her own age. Seeing Sarina fold her arms under her rather sizable breasts, a tick mark appeared on Bulma's exposed forehead as she asked, "Sarina, huh? What's your relationship with Having yet to hear Vahn's introduction, a faint blush spread through Bulma's cheeks as she looked toward him and asked, "What was your name again? I don't recall you introducing yourself." Returning a carefree smile, Vahn placed his hand over his chest, answering, "My name is Vahn Ordinary Mason." "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Briefs." Seemingly forgetting about the existence of Sarina, Bulma cupped her cheeks in a bashful manner as she said, "Oh, wow, Miss Briefs, huh? I don't think anyone has ever called me that before." "You're so polite, Vahn." Maintaining a casual smile, Vahn decided to guide things forward a bit, asking, "What brings you to the mountains, Miss Briefs?" "I don't mean this as an insult, but you don't exactly strike me as the type of woman to venture outside the city limits." Though there was quite a bit of equipment in her car, Bulma's outfit consisted of little more than a short purple dress, a dark purple scarf, and an oversized red ribbon tying up her hair. She also had a turquoise pouch attached to a leather belt around her waist, but, while the former might contain a number of useful capsules, she was pretty much helpless the moment she lost them. Had she heard the same thing a few minutes ago, Bulma would have turned her nose up at Vahn's words. She was confident in her aim, and, so long as she didn't encounter any dinosaurs, her guns were enough to deal with most threats. Now that she knew there were bulletproof children capable of sending cars flying with a kick, Bulma realized she still had a lot to learn. Fortunately, she was the undisputed most intelligent girl on the entire planet, so, when it came to learning and applying knowledge, there were none more qualified than her. "You're not wrong. Though I traveled around with my parents when I was younger, this is my first time leaving West City on my own. I guess I should have done a bit more research before heading out. As for why I'm here, well, it's complicated." As much as she could appreciate Vahn's appearance, Bulma wasn't too sure about his character. If he knew she was on a quest to assemble magical, wish-granting balls, there was a good chance he would either laugh at or rob her. There had been no less than 16 attempts to kidnap her ever since her father developed the prototype for capsules. Since we're on the subject, what are the three of you doing here on Mount Bozu? There have been reports of giant apes wreaking havoc in the region. Even the local dinosaur population has been chased off. Now that she was thinking about it, meeting Vahn, Sarina, and Goku just as she was setting out on her journey was pretty suspicious. They didn't strike her as criminals or kidnappers, but, when your father was the richest person in the world, it was better to be safe than sorry. Realizing the purpose of Bulma's words, the corners of Vahn's smile curled upward as he said, I'm escorting my apprentice on a training journey. She may look like a normal, albeit attractive young woman at a glance, but Sarina is a remarkably powerful young lady. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Vahn gently ruffled Sarina's silky smooth, remarkably glossy hair. They had discussed their cover story prior to descending into the world, so, while they were also lovers, the purpose of their journey was as described. He would be accompanying her around the world and helping her train, as, even if there were masters of Kin this world, they would need to be on the level of wise to even have a hope of contending against him. Apprentice, are you trying to tell me this girl is a martial artist? Acknowledging Sarina for the first time since her introduction, Bulma's brows furrowed as her sapphire eyes scanned her competition from head to toe. At a glance, Sarina's figure wasn't much better than hers, so, unless she was hiding some kind of secret, Bulma found it hard to believe the former was a martial artist. Fortunately, Bulma would quickly learn the truth as Goku, surprised and excited by the revelation, adopted an enthusiastic smile as he exclaimed, Wow! I knew you were strong. Let's fight. Without waiting for a response, Goku immediately launched himself toward Vahn like a bullet. He was only around 98 centimeters tall, remarkably short for a 12-year-old, but he was able to easily vault through the air in an attempt to kick at the former's face. Before the blow could land, however, his foot was intercepted by Sarina, who, faster than Bulma could see, flickered in front of Vahn's body. With a smile not all that dissimilar from Goku's, Sarina sent the youth flipping through the air with a relatively casual wave of her hand. Then, in a manner reminiscent of Shinanshina, she launched herself forward while staying low to the ground. The movement caused literal cracks in the ground where she had been standing, so, while Bulma was squealing like a frightened schoolgirl, Goku was sweating bullets as Sarina's foot impacted his crossed arms and sent him crashing through the tree she had been resting under minutes prior. Oy, that really hurts. Despite leaving a toddler-size imprint in the tree's trunk, Goku managed to climb to his feet before blowing on his swelling arms. There were a number of micro-fractures in both arms, but, with a few days of rest, his Saiyan biology would allow him to make a full recovery. In fact, it would also make him stronger. Appearing at Goku's side like a phantom, Vahn bent down to ruffle the young man's remarkably bristly hair as he said, You're also quite powerful. How about becoming my student? Unsurprisingly, Goku didn't even hesitate to swat Vahn's hand away, answering, No, thank you. My master was my grandpa. He told me that true strength is something you could only obtain through self-mastery and protecting the people you care about. I want to see how strong I can get using the methods he taught me. Since he would actually prefer to train Goku after his apprenticeship with Master Roshi, Vahn didn't mind the young Saiyan's refusal. He hadn't come to the actualized world of Dragon Ball to train the Z fighters and resolve all their problems for them. Would he train them? Most likely. Was he going to go out of his way to train them? There was, simply put, no need. After all, even Grand Zeno, the High Priest, and Dragon God Zalama would be hard-pressed to match him. Understood. If you ever change your mind, let me know. I'm quite fond of training exceptional and talented youths. With that tail of yours, I would argue you're both. Now that Vahn had mentioned it, Goku noticed that neither he nor Bulma and Sarina had tails. This confused the young Saiyan, who, despite being taught by his grandpa that most people didn't have tails, asked, Where's your tail, Vahn? Did you tuck it into your pants? Chuckling in response to the rather peculiar question, Vahn surprised even Sarina by manifesting a tail and answering, "Good guess." Beaming the moment he saw Vahn's tail, Goku practically leapt into the air as he shouted, "Wow! You're just like me!" in an overly excited tone. Catching the youth before he could return to the ground, Vahn situated the young Goku on his shoulders before teasing, "Who knows, perhaps we're distantly related to one another. I've never met anyone else with a tail like mine. How about you call me Big Brother or Uncle Vahn from now on? I might not be able to teach you, but I can still look after you for a bit." Captivated by the notion he and Vahn might be related to one another, Goku happily leaned over the former's head, exclaiming, "That's great. You and your friend can come and stay at Grandpa's house. It's kind of small, but I'm sure you'll like it." Poking the center of Goku's head so the youth would stop obstructing his vision, Vahn answered, "I would certainly like to take a look. Before that, however, there is another matter to attend." "Huh? What matter?" Pointing towards Bulma, Vahn surprised the brunette by saying, "Our friend may have deflected the question our way, but, when you think about her warning, it's pretty obvious she must have come here for a reason. My instincts tell me it may have something to do with you, or, more specifically, something that is hidden away in your grandpa's house." As the dirt path was something that had been created by Goku dragging fish and other spoils through the mountains, there was really only one place Bulma could have been heading. This was something Bulma herself was well aware of, so, after remaining statuesque for several seconds, she ultimately released a sigh before pulling out a circular device that vaguely resembled a large watch with a dark green, digital display screen. "Fine. You got me. Okay. I'm tracking down these large, marble-like spheres known as Dragon Balls. This radar allows me to track their unique energy signal within 100 kilometers. I can't say for certain if there's one located at Goku's grandpa's place, but I'd like to check and make sure." Deciding to play the part of a wise and yet deceptively young-looking old master, a knowing look flashed across Vahn's face as he repeated, "Dragon Balls." As in the ancient, wish-granting orbs said to have been produced by the guardian god of this world. Tensing the moment she heard Vahn's words, Bulma was tempted to try and play it off as some kind of urban legend. Unfortunately, she was literally risking life and limb in their search, so, unless Vahn was a complete idiot, she doubted he would buy such an excuse. Before Bulma could get her thoughts in order, Vahn surprised her quite a bit by extending his hand and asking, "May I see that radar? If it's as unique as you say, I'd like to take a closer look." Offering a wry smile, Bulma instinctually slipped the radar into her cleavage before answering, "I'd rather not. This is the only radar I have right now. As much as I'd like to trust you, Vahn, I'd prefer to not spend the rest of my summer vacation building a replacement." Without losing his smile, Vahn held up his hand to inspect the radar he had snitched the moment Bulma attempted to stow it away. The pupils of her sapphire and blue eyes immediately contracted to points, but, before she could even think to protest, he handed it back to her, saying, "It's quite the ingenious design. You said you created it yourself." Though she practically snatched the radar back from him, Bulma quickly calmed down the moment she heard Vahn's words. A lot of people assumed that she simply borrowed her father's inventions, so, hearing someone compliment her work, a somewhat narcissistic smile developed across Bulma's face until Vahn suddenly turned away from her and remarked, "There is, indeed, a Dragon Ball at my nephew's place. I can also sense 2 more hidden away in that little pouch of yours." Demonstrating his impressive sleight-of-hand teleportation capabilities, Vahn promptly produced Bulma's 2 and 5-star Dragon Balls before holding them up to Goku and asking, "Ever seen one of these, kiddo?" I/N, alternate titles, Vahn activated charm. It was unnecessary. Uncle Vahn, OWO, Bulma is not prepared for how much her life is about to change. XD, Chapter 3, Respect. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Completely forgetting that Vahn had also returned her radar, Bulma's anxiety shot up to an 11 the moment she saw the 2 and 5-star Dragon Balls appear in his hand. She even attempted to snatch them back, but, the moment she moved forward, Vahn casually sidestepped her charge with the same relaxed smile he had been wearing from the start. relax. If I needed something like wish-granting balls to make my dreams come true, I would never find fulfillment. Besides, you're mistaken if you believe the Dragon Balls belong to you. You neither created them nor have you collected them all. In fact, one such ball belongs to Goku. Depending on how things play out, the other balls may very well belong to others. Are you just going to take them for yourself? In spite of his words, Vahn returned the Dragon Balls to Bulma once he had finished analyzing their physical and spiritual structure. He didn't really need something like Dragon Balls to have his wishes granted, but, if he wanted to, he could produce a functionally infinite number of them so long as he was within the actualized world. After all, the balls in Bulma's hands were, quite literally, a very small part of his existence. It would be strange if he couldn't replicate something he had created. Seizing the glistening orange balls, Bulma took a moment to confirm the number of ruby-red stars floating in the center before exhaling a sigh of relief. Then, with an expression that was equal parts charming and ferocious, she glared towards Vahn and retorted, "What do you know?" "According to my research, no one has been able to make use of the Dragon Balls for nearly 300 years. I'm the first person to develop the technology to locate them, so I have every right to collect them. I mean, that's kind of the reason they exist." Rather than refute the emboldened teen's claims, Vahn nodded his head in affirmation. This came as a slight surprise to Bulma until he promptly replied, "You're not wrong. However, that isn't where your misunderstanding lies. You see, the purpose of the Dragon Balls is to pit the people who wish to claim them against one another. In other words, the moment you set out on your journey, you're bound to encounter others who wish to make use of them. Without the power to protect and make use of them, you are merely holding them for someone else." Demonstrating his point, Vahn extended his hands to reveal the Dragon Balls Bulma had just put away. When she saw them, the incensed look on her face shifted from disbelief to helplessness as she extended her hands to grab the pair of gleaming orange orbs. Seizing the opportunity, Goku decided to chime in, answering, "Hey, Uncle Vahn, I have seen one of those balls. My grandpa gave one to me before he died." Intending to teach Bulma a lesson, Vahn feigned surprise as he remarked, "Ah, I see. I imagine that makes the ball pretty important to you, isn't it?" Increasing Bulma's ever-growing exasperation, Goku adopted a remarkably wholesome smile as he answered, "That's right. Other than my power pole, it's the only thing my grandpa left to me before he died. It's super duper important, Tilda." Hearing Goku's words, Bulma's mind kicked into overdrive. Unfortunately, Vahn had no intention of giving her time to think, asking, "Miss Briefs, do you have any idea what happens to the Dragon Balls once their power has been expended?" Without letting up, Vahn immediately followed his question by asking, "Better yet, do you think you would be able to steal the ball from someone like Goku?" "How about from me?" Dangling the two orbs yet again, Vahn was somewhat surprised when Bulma suddenly collapsed to the ground, tears welling in her eyes before she started crying full force. I may have pushed her a little too far. Well, she kind of deserved it. Unable to argue with that, Vahn teleported the two balls into Bulma's pouch before reaching up to grab Goku from his head. This earned him a confused look from the young Saiyan, but, borrowing a page from Grandpa Gohan's book, Vahn pinched the youth's cheek before whispering, "Girls can be pretty sentimental at times. Though you'll need to watch out for the ones that try to trick you. Times like this require a gentle hand and some soothing words." Demonstrating this wisdom, Vahn released Goku's cheek before kneeling in front of Bulma and placing his hand atop her head. Her crying didn't immediately cease, but, rather than bawling her eyes out, the two sapphire orbs immediately turned to meet Vahn's gaze as he whispered, "It's going to be okay." Though she felt compelled to argue, Bulma just sniffled a few times as Vahn continued to caress her head. By the time a minute had passed, the tears on her cheeks had started to dry up. In their place, a faint red hue began to spread as she averted her eyes and huffed, "Stop treating me like a child." Maintaining his smile, Vahn fixed the bow atop Bulma's head before rising to his feet and extending a hand to help her up. This elicited an upturned glow from the embarrassed brunette, but, instead of refusing his assistance, she accepted his hand and grumbled, "At least he's not a complete jerk." Under her breath, After a short journey through a small forest, Vahn and Seo found themselves in a clearing housing a small hut. Though it was clearly the place Goku lived, the hut resembled an ancient Chinese shrine rather than an abode. The foundation was a mere 4 by 4 meters, and, while there was a well located a short distance from the entrance, there were no visible electric or telephone lines. Voicing Vahn's thoughts, Bulma remarked, "Oh, wow. I never expected we'd come across a shrine in the middle of the mountains. I wonder which god it's dedicated to?" Confused by Bulma's words, Goku tilted his head to the side, asking, "God? What god?" "This place is my home." Though it should have been obvious from the start, Bulma was both surprised and taken aback by Goku's words. She had grown up in the most populous city on the entire planet. She couldn't even imagine anyone living without access to what she considered to be basic amenities. After all, even the capsule homes her father's company produced had wireless electricity and satellite TV. Living in a refurbished shrine just seemed so uncivilized. Seeing Bulma staring with her mouth agape, Goku just shrugged his shoulders before scampering forward to push open the turquoise double doors granting access to the hut. The interior, much like the outside, appeared old and worn down. As for the furnishings, the only things inside were an old, canopy-style bed, a low-lying red table, a large and dilapidated chest, and a broken jar that smelled of urea, feces, and mulch. "Welcome to my home, everyone. Come on in." Without waiting for the others to respond, Goku entered their, for lack of a better term, cozy abode. Vahn followed close behind, but, due to the smell, even Sarina was somewhat reluctant to enter the poorly ventilated building. As for Bulma, she was in complete and utter disbelief until she noticed Goku bowing in front of the dilapidated chest. A Dragon Ball. Seemingly forgetting the events from earlier, Bulma attempted to charge into the hut only for Vahn to block her path. Then, before she could yell, he looked down at her, an easy feat considering the more than 20-centimeter difference in their respective heights, whispering, "Stop. Can't you see he's praying to his dead grandfather? Show some respect." Opening her mouth, Bulma wanted to say something, but, much like every other time Vahn had chided her, she simply couldn't find the words. After all, even if she wanted to argue, what could she say that wouldn't make her sound like an insensitive, borderline inhuman monster? Nodding his head in approval, Vahn turned away from Bulma to silently observe Goku's praying. His grandfather, Gohan, was an exceptionally kind and caring man. The impact he had made on the lives of Goku and several others had changed the course of history for generations to come. In fact, were it not for his boundless patience and the unwavering kindness he displayed when adopting an alien child, Earth would have been destroyed the moment Goku matured. "I have good news, Grandpa. I met someone that might be my family. There are also 2 girls. One of them seems kind of mean, but I don't think she's a bad person. Please continue watching over us so we can live happy and healthy lives." Clapping his hands together, Goku ended his prayer with a happy smile on his face. Then, as if he had just remembered something important, his eyes widened as he shouted, "Oh, no, I forgot my fish." In a panicked tone. While Bulma was brooding with a thoughtful expression on her face, Vahn couldn't help laughing in response to Goku's sudden outcry. He could tell the next couple of years were going to be very fun, so, in order to celebrate, he manifested a large table and 4 chairs outside before saying, "Leave that fish to the birds. Today is a special day, so allow me to prepare a feast." Punctuating his words, Vahn pulled out a cast-iron long stove and several other cooking appliances from his inventory. This earned a surprised yet enthusiastic, "Wow!" from Goku, while Bulma, unable to believe her eyes, just stared blankly as Vahn began producing utensils and ingredients from thin air. Taking pity on the befuddled brunette, Sarina approached her with a friendly yet slightly wry smile as she said, "Don't worry, you'll get used to it pretty quickly. You just need to accept that Vahn can do just about anything. Trying to make sense of his powers will only leave you with a headache." Though Sarina was tempted to state that people exponentially smarter than Bulma had attempted to understand Vahn's powers, she suspected that would only incentivize the brunette to try. While that wasn't exactly a bad thing, She didn't want Bulma to monopolize Vahn's time and interest. He was the type that liked to use his hands and tinker with things, so, unless he violated the rules they had established prior to entering the actualized world, there was a chance he would spend weeks, months, or even years cooped up inside a workshop. Imagining a scenario where there were companions running around with power on par with the god of destruction, a sudden chill ran through Sarina's body. The notion might seem like complete and utter nonsense, but, just as she had informed Bulma, there were no limits to Vahn's ability to shatter expectations. He was, after all, the god of infinite possibilities. Noticing the awkwardness in Sarina's expression, countless questions appeared in Bulma's mind. If she were to take Sarina's words at face value, Vahn might as well be the legendary wish dragon she was attempting to summon. It would explain his ability to steal her dragon balls and manifest items out of thin air. Heck, it would even explain the advice he had given her about the true nature of the dragon balls. Shaking her head, Bulma promptly dismissed such thoughts as nonsense before meeting Sarina's gaze and saying, "I'll believe it when I see it. For now, there's something I wanted to ask you." Raising her brows, Sarina prompted Bulma to continue with a slight nod. She had already prepared herself for all kinds of questions, so, assuming Bulma wanted to ask about her age and background, Sarina's smile visibly cramped when the petite brunette suddenly asked, "What's your bra size? I've never seen a girl around my age with such big and perky tits. I mean, be honest with me, are those things even real?" I/N, Bulma's height is 163 centimeters and her three sizes are 85/58 84th centimeter. Sarina's height is 165 centimeters and her three sizes are 92/58 85th centimeter. Sarina got some dohu cabunculus. I/N, alternate titles. Vahn can't keep his hands off of Bulma's balls. XD. Grandpa Gohan raised a good kid, massive Tunhonja Rekugas. Chapter 4, Bitter Truths. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Though Vahn was amused by Goku's ability to put down food, the only thing preventing Bulma from losing her appetite was the phantasmal quality of even the most casual dishes he prepared. "This is really good, Vahn. You should come back with me when I return to West City. I can help Sarina and Goku enroll in school while you work off their tuition as my personal chef." Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, Vahn skillfully flipped a line of thinly cut Tyrannosaurus tail steak as he replied, "There are some things money can't buy, Miss Briefs. I believe your journey to discover the Dragon Balls is proof enough of that." Adopting an annoyed expression, Bulma huffed before scarfing down half her plate and saying, "If I wanted to, I could easily purchase what I'm looking for. It's just, even if I did, I wouldn't be happy." Asking in Vahn's stead, Sarina chimed in to inquire, "What, exactly, are you planning to wish for?" "I'm curious." Blushing in embarrassment, Bulma began to fiddle around with the food on her plate as she meekly replied, "I want to wish for the perfect boyfriend." Though she already knew about Bulma's wish after watching Dragon Ball, Sarina couldn't restrain an awkward smile. After all, there were innumerable flaws with such a wish. After all, the definition of a perfect boyfriend would vary from person to person, and, unless they constantly adapted to match your wants and needs in any given situation, could they be called perfect? Realizing that Vahn could probably do exactly that, a soft chuckle escaped Sarina's throat. Bulma, assuming Sarina was laughing at her, immediately began to flare up. Fortunately, just as she was about to shout and ask what Sarina would wish for, Vahn joined them at the table, asking, "What are the two of you whispering about?" Redirecting her ire towards Vahn, Bulma shouted, "It's none of your business, Buster. Didn't anyone ever teach you not to butt in when girls are having a private discussion?" Showing little regard for Bulma's words, Vahn maintained a relaxed smile as he looked down at Goku and asked, "Are you enjoying the food?" Unable to talk due to the amount of food he had stuffed into his mouth, Goku just smiled up at Vahn with an expression reminiscent of a chipmunk. Amused by the young Saiyan's antics, Vahn habitually extended his hand to pat the top of Goku's head before meeting Bulma's gaze out of the corner of his eye. There is no such thing as perfection. Even if there was, It could only exist for a single moment in time. The moment it becomes bound by the laws of the world, it is no longer perfect. After all, the definition of perfection, much like life itself, is constantly shifting from one state to another. Unless it exists in a form that cannot be observed, perfection is a transient concept that simply can't exist in any meaningful capacity. Furrowing her brows, Palmer took a moment to reflect on Vahn's words. Not because she was in any way impacted by them, but because she wanted to refute them. Before she could, Sarina interrupted her train of thought, saying, "You shouldn't get in the habit of arguing with Vahn. His wisdom is far beyond your ability to comprehend. I'm not saying you can't question him. Just don't go into things assuming you're right. Trust me, when it comes to knowledge, there is little Vahn doesn't know and nothing he can't know." Undaunted by Sarina's words, a challenging look flashed across Palmer's face as she remarked, "Oh, is that so? Sounds to me like this guy might have brainwashed you with his handsome appearance and delicious food." Leaning forward, Vahn supported his head with the knuckles of his left hand as he mused. "Thanks for the compliments." Snorting through her nose, Bulma pursed her lips before mirroring Vahn's actions. Instead of one hand, however, she framed her face with both palms as she asked, "So, how does this work? Are you some kind of psychic or?" Seeing Vahn casually levitate a few trays with a simple raise of his right index finger, the words at the tip of Bulma's tongue promptly faded into the void. Dismissing the possibility magnets were at play, largely due to the fact the plates were ceramic and there were several other metal objects present, Bulma's intrigue was piqued as she asked, "What am I thinking right this instant?" Disguising his annoyance with a light chuckle, Vahn manifested a cup of coffee for himself before saying, "I have a policy against prying into other people's thoughts." "Can I?" "Certainly." "Do you truly want me to?" After all, even if they find it entertaining in the beginning, the novelty wears off quite quickly. Ask yourself this, Miss Briefs. Would you ever be able to sleep comfortably if you knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, there were people in this world who knew the inner workings of your mind even better than yourself? Paling at the thought, Bulma found herself swallowing a knot that had formed in her throat. Then, just as she was thinking about asking Vahn for something to drink, the cogs in her mind ground to a stop when he manifested a cup of tea for her. If it was any normal tea, she would have thought he had primed her by pulling out a cup of coffee. Instead, the tea in the cup was her favorite. "Now, how about we move on to the questions you really want answers to? So long as it doesn't invade the privacy of another, I don't mind sharing." Feeling far more nervous than before, Palma attempted to calm herself by positing that Vahn had simply investigated her. This was a terrifying notion in and of itself, but, compared to the possibility that there were people who knew her every thought, it was significantly less scary. Thinking he may have pushed her a little too hard, Vahn attempted to allay Bulma's concerns by saying, "Relax. As I stated previously, I have a policy against prying into a person's thoughts and memories. I also don't share private information about people without their consent, so, even if I were aware of your secrets, there is no chance of them getting out." Though she did calm down a little, Bulma wasn't particularly comforted by Vahn's words. She was now firmly convinced that there was at least a possibility that there were people in this world that could read her thoughts. At the same time, however, she was fascinated by the notion that there were still forces in the universe she had yet to fully comprehend. Organizing her thoughts, Bulma decided to put Vahn's knowledge to the test, asking, "If you're so knowledgeable, why did you need to inspect my dragon radar before being able to sense them? Shouldn't you just know the location of the dragon balls?" Surprised by the remarkably to-the-point question, the corners of Vahn's smile curled upward as he answered, "There is a significant difference between knowing the location of something and being able to sense it. For example, you undoubtedly know the location of your own house, correct? Can you sense it?" Realizing the flaw in her question, a frown developed across Bulma's face as she quickly rephrased things, asking, "Where are the rest of the Dragon Balls located? Is there anything I need to be wary of when searching for them?" Stroking his non-existent beard, Vahn took a moment to organize his thoughts before musing, "This is dangerously close to invading the privacy of others. Fortunately for you, 3 of the Dragon Balls are currently regarded as little more than trinkets. Their owners could also use some help, so there is a decently high probability you will be able to obtain them after rendering your assistance. Though he was half tempted to just steal Emperor Pilaf's Dragon Ball, Vahn knew the petite, imp-like man wasn't truly as evil as he appeared. He had always been more of a comic relief character than an actual villain, and, depending on the timeline, he even redeemed himself by sacrificing his life to protect his vassals/friends/caretakers. May I unch you? Let's see. The 3-star Dragon Ball is in the possession of the turtle Hermit, Master Roshi. As for the 6 and 7-star balls, the first is located in a village being terrorized by a pig demon with the ability to shapeshift. The second is located within the treasury of the Ox King on Mount Frypan. So long as you can save the village of Aru and extinguish the inextinguishable flames of Mount Frypan, the 6 and 7-star Dragon Balls are as good as yours. As for the 1-star Dragon Ball, well, that depends on your fate. Shivering at the mention of fate, Bulma decided to skip asking about the specifics of the first 3 Dragon Balls and instead asked the question at the forefront of her mind, specifically, are you able to teleport or summon the other Dragon Balls? As the Dragon Balls basically became resurrection fodder after the events of the Red Ribbon Army, a soft chuckle emanated from Vahn's throat before he went on to answer, indeed. Demonstrating his point, Vahn briefly borrowed the 7-star Dragon Ball from Mount Frypan. The Ox King and his daughter were currently trapped outside their palace, so it wasn't like he was going to miss it. Seeing the 6-star Dragon Ball in Vahn's hand, the pupils of Bulma's sapphire eyes contracted to points as she asked, are you the guardian god of this planet? Unable to contain himself, a guffaw-like laugh emanated from Vahn's throat before he promptly got it under control. Then, with a remarkably amused smile on his face, he answered, number. That is a title that belongs to Kami. If you travel to the sacred grounds guarded by the Keringa tribe, you'll find a tower that appears to extend to the heavens. Those who climb said tower without the aid of tools will have the opportunity to meet the immortal sage, Korin the Wise. From there, you need a special key to be able to ascend to Kami's lookout, a special platform that exists between the fabric of reality and the heavenly realm. It is there you will find the guardian god of this world. Though she was left with even more questions after Vahn's explanation, Bulma decided to focus on the most important matter at hand, asking, I'm guessing you're not going to just hand that Dragon Ball over, are you? Returning the aforementioned ball to its previous position, another chuckle emanated from Vahn's throat as he teased, you're a fast learner. It's no wonder you were able to create something as truly extraordinary as a radar designed to track a specific form of magical energy. I'm looking forward to seeing how you use that remarkable intelligence of yours to solve the problems of people in need. Clicking her tongue, Bulma had to take a deep breath to suppress the urge to lambaste Vahn for his blatant teasing. If he would just bring the Dragon Balls directly to her, she could make her wish and be home by sunrise. Instead, he was insisting she go on a perilous journey that spanned days, if not weeks. Sure, she may have been the one to set out on this journey, but, as a man, shouldn't he feel some form of obligation towards her, a beautiful woman? Chivalry really is dead. With that thought now firmly cemented in her mind, Bulma began picking at her food like an ill-tempered child. The only difference was that she would take a bite every now and again, as, despite being on a diet, she simply couldn't resist the food Vahn had prepared. I/N, alternate titles. There are few things more terrifying than a delusional genius. Vahn is like a 9A-head. Shenron is going to be sweating when he meets Vahn for the first time. XD. Chapter 5, Brazen. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. On that note, Vahn rose to his feet with the intention of pulling out a decently sized cottage from his inventory. Bulma seemed to have something else in mind, however, as she immediately seized the opportunity to jump up and declare, leave it to me. With a notably haughty smile on her face, pulling out a bulletproof container filled with color-coded and differently sized capsules, Bulma selected one of the larger ones before saying, get a load of this. Clicking the button at the top of the capsule, Bulma tossed it towards a clearing a few meters away from the group's position. Seconds later, the capsule exploded with a force comparable to an anti-tank mine. There was also a bright flash of light and a large plume of peculiar orange smoke. When the smoke cleared, a hemispherical cottage with 3 compartments now occupied the previously empty space. With her arms akimbo and a cheeky smile on her face, Bulma was practically beaming as she asked, "Well, what do you think? Pretty neat, huh?" Contrasting Bulma's expectations, Vahn and Sarina had relaxed smiles on their faces while Goku, thinking the capsule house was some kind of monster, whipped out the red pole on his back and shouted, "Everyone, stay behind me. I'll protect you from this beast." Though she was mildly annoyed by the indifferent expressions of Vahn and Sarina, an amused smile developed across Bulma's face when she heard Goku's words. "At least one of them is surprised." "This isn't a beast, silly. It's one of the capsule homes my father developed. It's a fully furnished portable home with water, electricity, satellite television, a walk-in closet, and a fully stocked fridge. Pretty much everything a young girl needs when adventuring outside the city." Without waiting for Goku's response, Bulma made her way over to the reinforced metal door that served as the entrance to the capsule home. She hadn't mentioned it, but, other than the amenities she had pointed out, the capsule home also served as a miniature fortress. The inside resembled a normal house, complete with square rooms, while the outside was shaped like a dome. Said dome was almost entirely comprised of armored plating, and, more importantly, there was a transmitter in the roof that generated an EM field that deterred dinosaurs and other dangerous creatures. With a quick palm scan, a low mechanical hiss could be heard as the numerous locks on the door were promptly deactivated. Then, like a hostess trying to lure in customers, Bulma half-turned, a beaming smile on her face as she gestured towards the interior of the capsule home and said, "It might be a bit cramped for 4 people, but there's a bath inside and plenty of space on the floor. I'm sure I have a futon or 2 stowed away in the closet." Amused by Bulma's thoughtfulness, a low chuckle emanated from Vahn's throat as he said, "Thank you, Miss Briefs, but I actually had something else in mind." Surprising even Sarina, Vahn snapped his fingers to produce an incised cottage with 3 floors, a storage room, a workshop, and an annexed, open-air bath. It was a bit overkill, but, when it came to showing off, Vahn was no slouch. Since Bulma had so graciously offered her home to them, Vahn figured he might as well do the same, stating, "You're welcome to take a look inside." The bottom floor is structured similarly to a tavern, but there are 7 bedrooms located up the stairs. They might lack satellite TV, but, once you feel how comfortable the beds are, I doubt you'll mind. On that note, Vahn turned towards Goku, his expression softening as he said, "Come along, Goku. I'll show you how to use the bath and then we'll get you outfitted with some new clothes." While I'm certain that dark blue GI has some sentimental value, it could do with a good cleaning. Though he had been ignoring it, Vahn was well aware of the foul odor emanating from Goku. The youth probably hadn't taken a bath since his grandfather died. His body smelled like a fish market, and, unless he was mistaken, Vahn was pretty sure the original color of his GI was grey-blue. Now, however, it was a dark and grimy shade of blue that was quickly approaching black in the areas that accumulated sweat. "Sure thing, Uncle Vahn. Just let me say goodnight to my grandpa real quick." Without waiting for permission, Goku scampered over to the small hut that had once served as his grandfather's home. This afforded Bulma the opportunity to tentatively inquire, How did you produce a house out of thin air?" Answering in Vahn's stead, Sarina stated, "I told you before. Vahn can do just about anything. The sooner you accept that, the easier things will become." Smiling wryly in response to Sarina's words, Vahn extended his hand to caress the raven-haired teen's head as he appended, "The universe is a truly vast, mysterious, and terrifying place, Bulma. Even Earth possesses countless secrets just waiting to be uncovered. The real question is, are you truly prepared to receive the answers you're looking for?" Most people are a lot happier remaining completely ignorant of the world abroad. Only those with the greatest of wills are qualified to peel back the veil and uncover the truth that lies beneath. Staring into Vahn's abnormally deep yet vibrant eyes, Bulma had the uncanny impression she was staring into an endless well of knowledge. It was, if she were being completely honest, a little scary. At the same time, However, an excitement reminiscent of the first time she had built something was swelling from the depths of Bulma's psyche. She hadn't earned the distinction of being the smartest girl in the world by fearing the unknown, so, after a moment of consideration, she crossed her arms and adopted a confident smile as she retorted, "Who do you think you're talking to? I'm not some little girl you can frighten with scary stories. Everything has an explanation, and, so long as I live and breathe, I won't stop until I expose all the universe's secrets." Nodding his head in approval, Vahn's expression noticeably softened as he muttered, "Good. That's the correct way to live." Hearing Vahn's deep yet velvety tone, a shiver ran through Bulma's body as her heart promptly skipped a beat. She was the type of girl that would mentally insert herself into romance flicks and dramas, so, having a handsome man staring at her with a smoldering look on his face was a bit too much for Bulma to handle. Her knees felt wobbly, and, though it was quite warm outside, she felt a slight chill as the gentle summer breeze passed through her thighs and beneath her skirt. Unfortunately, just as Bulma's thoughts were beginning to take a rosy hue, her mind was brought crashing back to reality as Vahn softly teased, "When you're finished staring off into space, come inside. You'll need to rest your body and mind if you're serious about continuing your journey to find the Dragon Balls." Though her mind nearly fell into the gutter when she heard the phrase "come inside," Bulma was able to conceal her slightly perverse nature behind a veil of fury as she groaned. Why'd you have to remind me? I'm still pissed off that you're making me go and search for the balls when you can just bring them here whenever you want. I know you want me to learn some kind of lesson, but can't you make an exception, just this once? If you do, I promise to make it worth your while." Unable to completely suppress her true nature, a lewd and somewhat silly smile developed across Bulma's face as she grabbed the hem of her pleated pink skirt and flared it provocatively. She didn't actually reveal the skirt's contents, but, against most men, even a flash of her milky white thighs was more than enough to get them drooling like dogs. As Bulma was rather infamous for taking advantage of and being exploited for her sexuality, Vahn wasn't particularly surprised by her behavior. Her original had even tried to convince Goku to part with his Dragon Ball by promising a flash of her panties. Less than 3 episodes later, she used a similar method to convince Master Roshi, but, due to a bit of mischief wrought by Goku, she ended up flashing a lot more than her panties. Surprising the precocious brunette quite a bit, Vahn adopted a teasing smile as he stated, "Trust me, Miss Briefs, if something were to happen between us, it wouldn't be me receiving their while's worth. Now, unless you have something substantial to discuss, I have a little nephew to attend. Feel free to stop by my room if your curiosity gets the better of you." Punctuating his words with a playful wink, Vahn grabbed Sarina's hand before surprising the bright red brunette by promptly teleporting away. This left Bulma without an outlet, or, more accurately, a scapegoat to direct her embarrassment and frustration towards. As a result, she ended up burying her beet red face into her hands, illusory steam rising from her head as she muttered, "What have I gotten myself into?" Though Bulma never came to his room, Vahn could sense that she was awake deep into the night. There was even a moment where she went around to every other room but his own, ostensibly in search of Sarina. When she failed to find her, Bulma ended up standing in the hallway connecting to his room for the better part of half an hour before ultimately returning to the comfort of her own. There, she remained awake until around 2 a.m. before finally passing out thanks to a combination of mental fatigue and physical exhaustion. With the dawn of a new day, Vahn took the time to help Sarina perform her morning routine before heading downstairs to prepare breakfast. The aroma of the food promptly roused Goku, who, after a thorough cleaning and a change of apparel, now resembled a bubbly youth with large, hazel eyes and a carefree smile limited only by the bounds of his face. "Good morning, Uncle Vahn." "Wow, something sure smells great." Unable to restrain his curiosity, Goku leapt up to the counter to get a better look at the food Vahn was preparing. Under normal circumstances, Vahn wouldn't particularly mind this. In Goku's case, he understood the young Saiyan needed a guiding hand and a parental figure, so, with the shadow of a frown on his face, he said, "You shouldn't stand on the counter. Goku. We use such surfaces to cut and prepare ingredients. If they get dirty, there's a small chance that the food we prepare will make people sick. Have you ever had a stomachache or experienced diarrhea? Paling at the mention of the word, Goku promptly hopped from the counter before answering. I used to get it a lot when I ate fish from the lake. There were even worms in my poop one time, so I usually go fishing in the river or catch bears and rabbits in the woods. Raising his brows, Vahn set the stove to simmer before reaching out to place his palm on Goku's head. He hadn't noticed anything amiss the day before, but, hearing mention of worms, he couldn't help feeling slightly concerned. Fortunately, while there were signs of microscopic tearing in Goku's intestines, there were no parasites anywhere in his body. Though he didn't understand why Vahn had suddenly started to caress his head, Goku just smiled innocently as the tip of his monkey-like tail curled in contentedness. Vahn's actions reminded him of his grandpa, so, while there were no guarantees they were related, the notion they were family was already firmly cemented in his mind. I/N, alternate titles, Bulma be like, smug cat, Vahn be like, himself. Not all families are forged through blood relations. Chapter 6, Quantifying. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As the only one remaining in the dining room, Vahn offered a casual smile as he manifested a pot of coffee out of thin air and asked, "Didn't get much sleep?" Furrowing her brows, Bulma briefly studied Vahn's face for any signs that he might be alluding to her nightly activities. In response, Vahn raised his brows in mock confusion as he emptied the entire pot of coffee into a thermos. Though Vahn's reaction appeared genuine, Bulma couldn't shake the feeling he was pretending. A faint blush began to color her cheeks, and, though part of her didn't want to know, another part of her was too curious not to ask, "Were you awake last night?" Understanding what she was actually asking, Vahn's smile curled up at the edges as he said, "Don't worry, there is a special enchantment on each of the beds. Not only do they make themselves, but, so long as you don't damage the base materials, they even clean their own sheets." "Oh Kami." Covering her hastily reddening face, Bulma promptly squatted down as if she were attempting to shrink into a form too small to see. Fortunately, not that it made much of a difference if he wanted to see. Bulma had changed into a loose-fitting, dark pink nightgown the previous night. The fabric extended all the way to her ankles, so, even when she squatted down, nothing was visible. Restraining the urge to laugh, Vahn placed the thermos on the edge of the table before pulling out a plate filled with pastries and sliced fruit. Then, without further comment, he teleported outside to find Sarina in the process of teaching Goku how to stretch. She was, at least for the time being, the strongest human on the planet, so, while Goku would quickly catch up once his potential had been awakened, Sarina was currently his senior apprentice, senpai. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Vahn purchased a green, at Model 34 scouter for a surprisingly modest 8,000 DOP. He could have created one, but, with a functionally infinite and ever-increasing supply of OP, Vahn wasn't too concerned with spending it. "Now, let's see what we're working with." Placing the scouter over his right ear, Vahn was marginally surprised when microscopic holes in the scouter's cushioning formed tiny vacuum seals against his skin. This created a surprisingly powerful suction force, so much so that a normal person would need to press a release valve on the side just to remove it. That's pretty neat. As it was something he had always been curious about, Vahn was rather pleased with the relatively trivial discovery. In the very next moment, however, he shifted his focus to the actual display before pressing the button at the center of the earpiece. A surprisingly high-pitched sound then assaulted his eardrum, and, judging by how both Sarina and Goku shifted their attention his way, it was easy to surmise they could also hear it. Adopting a wry smile, Vahn mused, "Not the stealthiest piece of technology I've ever worked with." Before pressing the button a few more times until the HUD indicated the scouter was in detection mode. "Is that a scouter? I didn't expect you to bring one out so soon." Recognizing the device the moment she saw it, Sarina's tensions began to build as she approached Vahn with an excited smile. Goku also walked over, but, unlike Sarina, he had a somewhat airheaded look on his face as he innocently inquired, What's a scouter? Could it be that weird-looking thing on Uncle Vahn's head? Restraining a light chuckle, Vahn's smile became marginally more prominent as he explained. It may be a little lacking in the aesthetics department, but this little fella has the ability to quantify a person's strength in a numerical format. It's generally better not to rely on things like this, but it's pretty useful in the early stages of training. Now, hold still a moment. As the HUD display flickered and produced yet another high-pitched sound, Vahn waited patiently until it dinged to reveal a surprisingly low value of 14. He wasn't quite sure what he had expected, but after seeing Goku kick Bulma's car flying, he assumed it would be much higher. After all, a fully grown adult man had an average power level of 5. Unless they were something along the lines of a bodybuilder or a skilled martial artist, there was no way a normal human could withstand bullets or total a car with a kick. Surmising that Goku's power level fluctuated tremendously depending on his emotions, Vahn made a mental note to keep tabs on the young Saiyan's growth as he shifted his attention to Sarina. Her face practically lit up the moment he looked at her. This was pretty par for the course when it came to the beautiful brunette. This time, however, she was focused more on the scouter than staring at his face. Ding. Oh, 492 without kit training? That's pretty impressive. As even Master Roshi only had a power level of around 180-200 at the beginning of Dragon Ball, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Sarina was currently one of the strongest people on the planet. In fact, according to a small notification that had appeared on the HUD, there were only 2 power levels above her. With his intent allowing him to peer across vast distances if he were there, Vahn could see that one of the power levels belonged to the gigantic figure of the Ox King. Even more surprising was that his power level, despite being submissive to Master Roshi, was a whopping 902. Recalling that even Kami and King Piccolo should only have power levels ranging between 260 and 440. Vahn couldn't help wondering why the Ox King wasn't able to step in and defeat the tyrannical villain. Dismissing that thought for the moment, Vahn shifted his intent to the next power level. When he saw what it belonged to, a look of astonishment flashed across his face as, rather than a person, the power's origin belonged to a dark purple, egg-like object covered in pulsating veins. What's wrong? Hearing Sarina's voice, Vahn immediately returned to his senses before adopting a wry smile and saying, "It would appear this scouter is a little more advanced than the variety we're familiar with." It was even able to detect the trace amounts of magical energy radiating from a certain bubblegum pink villain. Though she was momentarily confused by Vahn's words, it didn't take long for Sarina to realize who he was talking about. After all, there wasn't exactly a plethora of bubblegum pink villains. In fact, as far as she was aware, there were only 2, Majin Buu and Android 21. Since the latter only appeared in a few anime, Sarina highly doubted she was the villain Vahn was referring to. Bringing his left index finger to his lips, Vahn shook his head to indicate that Sarina shouldn't make mention of Majin Buu. Earth had been closely monitored by the Eastern Supreme Kai ever since he killed Majin Buu's creator more than 5 million years prior. Some stories even depicted the purple-skinned Kai stepping in when Vegeta, or other threats, had managed to come out ahead against the Z fighters. In those instances, he would immediately eliminate any and all threats to prevent Buu's awakening. While he wasn't even remotely worried about Shin, Vahn would rather avoid speeding things up to the point that people with power levels in the hundreds of millions were popping up when the main cast was still decades away from breaking through 1000. Understanding what Vahn was trying to say, even if she didn't fully understand the reason behind his decision, Sarina simply nodded her head. Immediately thereafter, she asked, "Can I try out the scouter? I want to see what your power level is." Tapping the release valve, the scouter hissed for a moment before popping away from Vahn's head without issue. He doubted the scouter would be able to read anything, but, curious to find out, he showed Sarina how to attach it before giving her a quick explanation regarding its use. Following Vahn's instructions, Sarina quickly set the scouter to detection mode before focusing her rather intense gaze on his face. Several strange symbols immediately appeared on the scouter, but, thanks to the system template Vahn had gifted her, they quickly transformed into a format she was able to read. In spite of this, She had no way of making sense of the ludicrous number possessing a dizzying number of commas digits. Fortunately for Sarina, the system template was perfect for situations such as this. The moment she began floundering for a response, a voice identical to Vahn's softly informed her, rounded up. The number is approximately 17 octodecillion. While thanking the system template in her mind, Sarina's confused expression morphed into a happy smile as she parroted, "It keeps fluctuating, but your power level rounds up to 17 octodecillion." Surprised that the scouter could even analyze his generally incomprehensible power level, Vahn's brows perked up as he muttered a sincere, "Wow," before promptly suppressing the urge to power up and have her scan him again. After all, as exciting as large numbers were, power levels in Dragon Ball had never been an accurate representation of a person's strength. What's an octodillion? Having never even heard of numbers greater than 100, Goku had no clue where Vahn and Sarina were talking about. He just wanted to join in the conversation as he had started to feel left out. Ruffling the young Saiyan's hair, Vahn answered, "In this particular instance, it may as well be a made-up word. For now, let's focus on you." Explaining to Goku the basics of power levels and how his own compared to a normal person's, Vahn was able to successfully hype up the aspiring martial artist. Having a basic grasp of where you stood in relation to others was a powerful motivator, so, hearing that Sarina was as strong as 35 of him, flames of competitiveness appeared in Goku's hazel brown eyes as he promptly asked her for a fight. Dot. 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 Though she had been slightly annoyed when Vahn suddenly disappeared on her, the majority of Bulma's anger vanished when she rose to her feet and found a still warm breakfast waiting for her. She normally skipped the most important meal of the day, but, recalling how she hadn't even had to use the bathroom since eating Vahn's food, Bulma decided to give it a try. "Oh, wow, is this a cheese Danish? How can it be so crispy without flaking?" As normal pastries were quite messy, Bulma couldn't help marveling as the strangely luminescent Danish retained its shape even when she shook it. This was in spite of the fact that it crisped like a potato chip the moment she bit into it. How strange. Finishing the Danish in record time, Bulma opened the thermos to find that the coffee inside was mixed with cinnamon dolce crema, yet another one of her favorites. A ruddy hue immediately spread through her cheeks. At the same time, largely due to the fact she was alone, a somewhat distorted, ostensibly perverted smile spread across her face. Then, after looking around to make sure no one was looking, she rolled up the back of her nightgown before sitting where Vahn had been prior to her arrival. When she noticed it was still warm, a very small amount of drool leaked from Bulma's mouth before she promptly wiped it away. Dot. 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 I/N, alternate titles. Scouter got that Guudsuck.com Ox King is secretly the MC. While it might be difficult to believe, this is exactly how Bulma behaves in Dragon Ball canon. If you don't believe me, just watch the first few episodes XD. Chapter 7, Strength. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Similar to Chakra, Ki was comprised of physical and spiritual energy. You could become stronger through training, but, without the proper mentality, you would quickly hit a bottleneck. In the version of Dragon Ball that Vahn was familiar with, the Z fighters had worked tirelessly just to exceed 100 battle power. After that, it took a literal decade for Goku and Piccolo, prodigious warriors who were constantly training to exceed each other, to reach the 400s. It was only after Goku and his friends became aware of external threats far exceeding their previous understanding of what it meant to be strong that their limits were completely shattered. After that, even the weakest among them was able to exceed Master Roshi, one of the most powerful humans that had ever existed up until that point, several times over. Over the course of a single year, people who couldn't surpass a power level of 300, even with more than a decade of focused training, were able to exceed 1,500. Shortly after that, barely even a month later, two of them had exceeded more than 10,000 in power. By the end of that same year, Krillin, a determined martial artist who had gone from a power level of around 130 to 206 over the course of 11 years, had exceeded 75,000. Simply put, while physical and spiritual strength represented the literal foundation of Ki training, A person's limits were determined by their comprehension and overall mental state. If the strongest person you were aware of only had a power level of 500, you could train as hard as you want, and, unless you innovate and come up with your own methods of training, there is a chance you might never surpass them. Inversely, if you were aware of people with power levels in the quintillions from the very beginning, reaching a power level of 500 might sound like a joke. If you were thoroughly convinced that obtaining a certain level of strength was simple, surpassing it was equally so. It was, quite literally, a matter of perspective. After that, the most important qualifier for strength was willpower. So long as you pushed yourself and kept improving step by step, limits may as well not exist. At the present moment, both Sarina and Goku were lacking the proper mentality to become strong. They had the proper motivation, sure, but that could be said for every serious martial artist. In spite of this, the upper limit for even a grandmaster, at least by Earth's standards, was generally around 160-200. Reaching this point required literal decades, so, while motivation was important, it wasn't the key to growing stronger. In Sarina's case, Vahn was intending to build up her confidence by having her casually defeat every opponent she came across. If possible, he even wanted her to become overconfident, as, the higher the pedestal she created for herself, the greater the impact when she inevitably fell. One of Sarina's biggest problems, at least in regards to becoming stronger, was that she lacked a genuine reason to become strong. Simply wanting to be strong because you believed you needed to be wasn't enough. In fact, it was an extremely vain way of thinking that generally disregarded the ordeals others had to face in order to become strong. What Sarina needed the most right now was a genuine setback. She needed to experience working hard for something only to have it ripped away or denied due to the efforts of another. She needed to be able to empathize with others and recognize the efforts they made to become stronger, and, more importantly, the efforts they had made to surpass her. If she couldn't, she might never be able to overcome the deeply rooted insecurities that had influenced her behavior since long before their initial encounter. Fortunately for Sarina, Goku, much like Luffy, had an infectious personality that invariably influenced everyone he encountered. Better yet, she had a perfect foil in the form of Bulma. They were around the same age as each other, yet, despite associating with people who could casually destroy planets with energy blasts, Bulma relied on nothing but her wit and intelligence to remain one of the most relevant characters in the series. Though there was a good chance they would become frenemies rather than genuine friends, Vahn believed that Sarina and Bulma would be a good influence on one another. Bulma was confident to a fault, and, despite lacking legitimate confidence, Sarina possessed a power that far exceeded girls her age. They were bound to talk amongst themselves, and, though they were virtually guaranteed to butt heads, each would imprint some of their characteristics onto the other. Just as Vahn was thinking about her, Bulma emerged from the inn-like cottage wearing an outfit that was, very clearly, intended to draw attention. She had let most of her hair down and instead settle on tying just a small part of it into a single pigtail. As for her actual outfit, it consisted of a form-fitting white t-shirt, a pair of brown jeans with one of the legs ripped away, a pauldron-like harness for her pistol, red compression sleeves, leather gloves, and oversized boots that vaguely resembled space shoes. There was also a pair of goggles rest atop her rather sizable bust, but, due to the thickness and color of her shirt, the thing most people would focus on was the outline of her lacy black bra. After briefly observing Sarina and Goku taking turns throwing rocks at each other, Bulma looked around before smiling the moment she saw Vahn. Then, a stark contrast to her meek and bashful behavior from before, she walks over with a fearless gait, asking, "When are we leaving?" Without even a hint of hesitation in her tone. Raising his brows, Vahn was about to tease Bulma by insinuating her journey had nothing to do with the three of them. Seemingly anticipating this, Bulma promptly crossed her arms beneath her breasts, saying, "Don't even think about trying to send me off on my own. I still need Goku's Dragon Ball and there's no way in hell I can save a village or extinguish an inextinguishable fire without some kind of magical assistance. Are you seriously going to send a weak, defenseless, and beautiful 16-year-old girl into danger without any kind of support?" Maintaining a relaxed smile, Vahn took the wind out of Bulma's sails by promptly retorting, "While I might be able to influence them, I have no control over your decisions, Miss Briefs. If you'd like, I can escort you safely to West City. As for your journey to gather the Dragon Balls, well, simply put, what does that have to do with us? Unless we betray you. The only person who stands to gain anything at the end of this journey is you. You want us, people you met yesterday, to risk our lives and help you solve problems for what was it again? Ah, yes, the perfect boyfriend." Though she had a habit of staring people down, Bulma couldn't help averting her eyes in the face of Vahn's relaxed deconstruction of the present situation. Vahn's words had hit the nail on the head, and, now that she thought about it, she hadn't even thought to offer them anything in exchange for their services. She had just assumed they would travel with her. I thought that you might enjoy going on an adventure." Not knowing what else to say, Bulma reached for the only excuse she could think of that didn't make her sound petty and opportunistic. To her surprise, a light chuckle emanated from Vahn's throat before as he parroted, "Adventure." Then, in complete defiance of gravity, he smoothly transitioned to a standing position, a teasing smile developing across his face as he appended, "Now that you mention it, that does sound like fun." Realizing she had, once again, been played, Bulma puffed out both of her cheeks before giving Vahn's surprisingly firm chest a punch. She wanted to do more, but, before she could retract her fist, Vahn casually grabbed her wrist as he said, "The strength of a punch, contrary to what most people believe, comes from the legs. The muscles in the arms, shoulders, and lower back are all important, but, unless you put your weight behind each blow, you're more likely to disrupt your own balance rather than your opponent's." Before Bulma could react, Vahn promptly spun her around before deftly repositioning her hands and feet in a comfortable, relaxed boxing stance. This caused her eyes to widen, not because her body had suddenly been repositioned but because Vahn was half embracing her from behind as he said, "If you really want to throw a punch, you need to step into it whilst simultaneously pivoting from the hips." It's sort of like feeling something snap in her mind the moment Vahn placed his hands on her hips. Bulma's train of thought was completely derailed. For a while after that, she couldn't even process the words that were coming out of his mouth. Instead, she just allowed her body to be guided like a marionette as the only thoughts in her mind revolved around how close they were, how warm Vahn was, and how things might develop if she didn't resist. Unfortunately, just as Bulma thought to express her interest by leaning into Vahn's chest, the latter moved to release her. As a result, she ended up falling backward for a brief moment until Vahn, with a teasing smile on his face, caught her by the shoulders, musing, "Your balance is even worse than I thought." Blushing more fiercely than ever before, Bulma really wanted to tell Vahn to go and find a hole to crawl in. Instead, she leaned backward, forcing him to keep her upright as she looked up and asked, "Are you trying to flirt with me?" Without missing a beat, Vahn brought his face marginally closer to Bulma's as he flatly replied, "It would be more accurate to say I enjoy teasing you. More specifically, I enjoy teasing strong-willed yet paradoxically bashful beauties. It's only really flirting if you're enjoying it." Swallowing hard the moment Vahn brought his face nearer to hers, Bulma wanted to say something but found herself unable to speak. She didn't think he would actually be able to do anything at this angle, but a part of her was afraid he would somehow kiss her the moment she parted her lips. In brazen defiance of her thoughts, Bulma's heart began to race as she found her lips slowly parting against her will. The subtle squinting of Vahn's eyes exacerbated things, as, despite the unflattering angle, he was still one of the most handsome men she had ever laid eyes on. He might even be the most handsome overall. Interrupting Bulma's train of thought for the umpteenth time, Vahn planted a brief and chaste kiss on her forehead before forcing her to a standing position. Then, as her hand instinctually moved to the place his lips had grazed, Vahn promptly turned around to go and inform Sarina and Goku of their imminent departure. This caused all kinds of misunderstandings in Bulma's mind, but, when it came to 16-year-olds on the cusp of reaching adulthood, when weren't they misunderstanding something? I/N, alternate titles, perspective is important, Vahn, god of teasing, Bulma be like, O/O, Chapter 8, perception. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Once everyone was ready to go, Bulma, having already recovered from the previous incident, pulled out a capsule containing a rather intriguing motorbike. It was a lot more compact than the varieties Vahn was familiar with, and, rather than a simple windshield blocking air and insects from the front, there was a bulletproof strip of glass that ran from the front to the back of the motorcycle in an arc. That's a rather interesting design. Interpreting Vahn's words as a compliment, a smile developed across Bulma's face as she donned her goggles and said, "Thanks. I designed it myself. It uses gyroscopic technology to prevent slips, and the arc shield can even stop armor-piercing rounds. It causes a few drag issues at high speeds, but it's a heck of a lot better than getting shot in the back." Resisting the urge to ask why she needed a bulletproof windshield, Vahn pondered for a moment before purchasing a hover bike that vaguely resembled a modified, gas-powered scooter from his shop. The technological development of Dragon Ball was actually pretty advanced, but, perhaps as a result of the creator's background, a lot of the designs had a retro vibe reminiscent of steam and diesel punk. "Oh, wow. Is that a hover bike? How'd you come across something like that?" Last I heard, the king was still considering legislation to authorize their use outside of the cities. "You might get arrested if you get caught riding that thing off a closed track." Though a few countries had already passed laws allowing their usage, hover technology was still relatively new. The oldest hover cars were only around 10 years old, and, due to the prevalence of other forms of transport, the companies that manufactured them were having a hard time getting them street legal. She should know. Her father was the one who invented them. I/N, Bulma's dad reverse-engineered Jacko's spaceship and basically stole most of the technologies contained within. Unconcerned by the laws of the mundane world, Vahn took a seat on the hover bike before revving up the anti-gravity engine. This was actually the first time he was piloting such a vehicle, but, with a night absolute mastery over his body and a mind comparable to a supercomputer, there were very few control systems he couldn't instantaneously master. "Where's mine?" While Bulma was slightly huffy due to Vahn ignoring her, Sarina was staring at the hover bike with expectant eyes. Unfortunately for her, Vahn didn't even hesitate before explaining, "As part of your training, both you and Goku will be traveling on foot. If you just want to joyride, you'll have to wait until we make camp." Deadpanning the moment she heard Vahn's words, Sarina asked, "Are you serious?" in a flat and lifeless tone. In response, Vahn returned a smile, suggesting, "I can run alongside you if you like." Feeling marginally better after hearing Vahn's proposal, a smile developed across Sarina's face as she promptly replied, "It's fine. I was just a little surprised. I know you could probably circle the planet in less than a second, so I can't really complain if you just want to relax." Hearing Sarina's comment, Bulma's brows perked up as she intoned a disbelieving, "Huh? What are the two of you on about?" Since it didn't really matter if people had a general understanding of his strength, Vahn maintained a relaxed smile as he shrugged his shoulders and said, "It might be difficult for you to believe right now, but I can travel faster than light. With enough training, anyone can." "Bullshit." Without hesitating, Bulma immediately refuted Vahn's words. One of her primary interests, at least in regards to research, was physics. She knew it was possible to travel faster than light, but, without a ludicrously powerful engine and a stabilization field generator, matter would be ripped apart and converted to energy when approaching the speed of light. No person could move that fast. Deciding it would save time if he just demonstrated his speed for her, Vahn appeared next to Bulma in an instant before picking her up in a princess carry. Then, before she could even finish squealing, their surroundings blurred like a technicolor rainbow before they instantaneously appeared atop a mountain on the opposite side of the world. Feel free to pull out and check your GPS. You'll find we just traveled a little more than 20,000 kilometers in less time than it took you to process the fact I picked you up. Though she was about to call Vahn a pervert and give him a tongue lashing for daring to pick her up without permission, Bulma hesitated upon noticing how drastically different their surroundings had become. Then, as directed, she pulled out her dragon radar before activating its GPS function to determine their current coordinates. When she confirmed they were, in fact, on the opposite side of the planet, The color promptly drained from her face. As I and Sarina will keep telling you, there is much about this world you don't know. While there is nothing wrong with believing in the knowledge you have obtained, it is dangerous to surmise that everything you think you know is correct. There are places in the universe where conventional laws don't apply. Beyond that, there are entities capable of wiping out planets and consuming stars for breakfast. Not wanting to keep Sarina and Goku waiting too long, Vahn punctuated his words by zipping back to their location at a much slower speed. He wanted Bulma to understand he wasn't just pulling a fast one on her, so, while it was a little eerie from her point of view, he moved them through space at a little over 100,000 kilometers per hour. This gave her a solid 12 minutes to think about his words, her eyes glossing over slightly due to the rapid changes in their surroundings. Coming to a stop a few meters away from his initial position, Vahn was unsurprised to find Sarina and Goku looking guilty as a thick plume of smoke rose from his now destroyed hover bike. Setting Bulma on the ground, Vahn increased the brunette's befuddlement by waving his hand and returning the hover bike to its previous condition. Since the actualized world was a part of him, he didn't require his domain to control the flow and direction of entropy. He could even sidestep into parallel worlds, so, while he had limited himself to operating within the standard axis, Vahn had no qualms about undoing the damages caused by Sarina's little mishap. Without bothering to inquire about the incident itself, Vahn left Sarina feeling even guiltier as he approached her and asked, "Are you okay?" in a gentle and concerned tone. When she attempted to look away, he extended his hand to caress her cheek, gently guiding her gaze to meet his own as he said, "You've done nothing worth feeling guilty about. Just be a little more careful the next time, okay?" After a curt nod of affirmation, Sarina moved close enough that she could rest her forehead against Vahn's chest. In response, he embraced her in his arms, gently squeezing her as he rested his cheek against the top of her head. This earned them a pouty look from Bulma, who, once again, bounced back remarkably quickly. Witnessing everything from the side, Goku ended up scratching the back of his head as he asked, a disarming expression on his face as he asked, "Weren't we supposed to be going somewhere?" Nodding his head, Vahn released Sarina from his embrace before pinching her cheek as he replied, "Indeed. We've got a long journey ahead of us. Can't keep stalling at the first step." Though his words were a response to Goku, Vahn was also reminding Sarina that this was just the start of a very long journey. They had basically agreed to spend the next 30 years here, so, while they were bound to experience setbacks along the way, she couldn't let them weigh too heavily on her mind. Rather, the sooner she could bounce back in the face of adversity, the faster her strength would increase. Smiling in understanding, Sarina pulled Vahn's collar in order to plant an uncharacteristically chaste kiss on his lips before releasing him to tease, "Try not to fall too far behind while I'm running. I don't mind you staring at my butt, but try not to make it too obvious." Resisting his almost instinctual urge to reach round and grab Sarina's butt, Vahn forced a smile as he said, "Now that you've planted the thought in my mind, it would be rude not to." Giggling in response to Vahn's words, Sarina planted a second kiss on his cheek before using her requip system to change into something more suitable for running. This caused the envious look on Bulma's face to promptly morph into one of intrigue as she asked, "Huh? How'd you suddenly change outfits?" Though she was briefly tempted to tease Bulma by saying it was none of her business, Sarina changed her mind mid-thought, answering, "It's a perk of being one of Vahn's lovers. It's called their requip system and it allows me to change everything from my underwear to my accessories with little more than a thought. It's super convenient." Demonstrating their requip system's capabilities, Sarina quick changed into more than a dozen different outfits over the course of her explanation. This left Bulma absolutely speechless, not just because she wanted a requip system of her own but because she understood the impact such a device would have on the clothing industry. As an experienced investor and one of the most profligate shoppers in the entire world, Bulma was well aware of the value of each market. The clothing industry was a stable, 368 trillions any market. If something like their requip system was introduced, the market would invariably collapse. In the process, however, the company that manufactured it would make an incomprehensible fortune. Seeing past Vahn's good looks for the first time, Bulma saw him for what he truly was, a cash cow. He could produce objects out of thin air, repair destroyed equipment with a wave of his hand, and travel around the world in an instant. She lacked even a basic understanding of how he was able to perform these feats, but, when it came to brass tacks, the only thing that truly mattered was that he could perform such feats. With Zenny symbols briefly appearing in her eyes, a profiteering smile developed across Bulma's face as she inquired, "You wouldn't happen to have another one of those, requip, systems lying around, would you? I don't know about becoming lovers, but I'm sure we could work something out." As her three greatest weaknesses were money, handsome men, and unknown technologies, Bulma couldn't prevent the interior of her mouth from watering as she stared at Vahn like a wolf eyeing a fat sheep. She suddenly felt as though she had hit the jackpot by encountering him near the start of her journey, as, depending on how she handled the situation, she might not even need the Dragon Balls. While Bulma was in the process of eyeing Vahn like prey, a mature woman with pink skin, pointed ears, fiery orange hair, and vibrant, honey-colored eyes had a very similar expression on her face as she remarked, "How peculiar. I've never seen anyone that solely exists in the present." It's almost like he has become the primary point of reference for the timeline. Even Toki doesn't have this kind of power. Unable to comprehend Vahn's existence despite more than 100 million years of accumulated knowledge and experience, the inordinately buxom goddess just shook her head before turning to the side and pausing when she noticed there was no one else present. A sensation of incongruency unlike anything she had ever experienced washed over her. But, moments later, it vanished entirely as she asked herself, "What am I thinking? This is the time nest. Why would anyone else be here?" As the sole caretaker of the Toki bird, a divine creature with the unique ability to produce time, the pink-skinned woman was the only person authorized to be in the time nest. There used to be another person, a mage by the name of Demigra, but he had been dealt with more than 98 million years ago. Since then, she had dutifully monitored the various timelines for any signs of tampering, a thankless yet incomparably important duty that couldn't afford distractions. It really is strange. I've been living alone for nearly 100 million years. Why do I suddenly feel as though I've lost something irreplaceable? I/N, alternate titles, Dr. Briefs, The Opportunist XD.com. Vahn is fast as Fook, boy I tilde', oh no, Chapter 9. Fated Encounter. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After coming to terms with the fact that Vahn could move to the other side of the planet in less time than it took to blink, Bulma wasn't even surprised by Goku's and Sarina's ability to match the pace of motor vehicles. She found it difficult to believe she could ever do the same, but, with no interest in martial arts, she wasn't particularly bothered by the notion. Instead, she turned on the radio so that the duo would having something to listen to as she stared listlessly at the road ahead. This is so boring. Not expecting anyone to hear her utterance over the sound of two engines, Bulma was surprised when Vahn remarked, "Boring is good. It means you want for nothing and have the leeway to let your mind wander. If you were starving, injured, or at imminent risk, you wouldn't feel bored." Scrunching her brows and nose, Bulma half turned to ask, "Do you always lecture people like an old man? Just how old are you, anyway?" "Your appearance would leave me to believe you're in your late 20s, but your temperament reminds me of an old professor." As he was an ageless being whose age had technically reset the moment he reincarnated, Vahn simply smiled in response to Bulma's words, asking, "How old do you want me to be?" Confused by Vahn's words, Bulma was about to ask him to clarify when Vahn beat her to the punch, his appearance reverting to a point where he could easily pass as a second or third grade student in senior high. I/N, approximately 16-17 years old. Just as an excited flush began to spread through Bulma's cheeks, Vahn did the complete opposite of his transformation. He didn't take it nearly as far as when he first entered the tower, but, with a full beard and a few silver strands in his hair, he could easily pass as a tenured professor in his late 40s. age is a transient concept that holds very little meaning to those who possess true power. Even a relatively normal human being such as yourself could effectively live forever if you used the Dragon Balls. As for my actual age, recalling that he had experienced the life cycle of a cosmos and possessed memories related to the creation of numerous metavessel structures, a thoughtful glimmer flashed across Vahn's eyes as he said, I'm somewhere between 737 billion years old. Slamming on the brakes the moment she heard Vahn's words, Bulma nearly flipped her motorcycle as she parroted, 37 billion? That's older than the entire universe. Circling back and setting his hover bike down next to Bulma, Vahn maintained a carefree expression as he said, You're not wrong. In fact, this universe is a lot younger than your scientists believe. I'm not sure of its exact age, but it should be around 100 million years or so. Time can be pretty janky at times. Cradling the sides of her head, Bulma appeared to be having a minor existential crisis as she leaned forward and muttered, Calm down, Bulma. He's probably just teasing you. I mean, what would that even make him? Responding to Bulma's impromptu soliloquy, Vahn answered, My two most prominent titles are the Sage Dragon Emperor and the God of Infinite Possibilities. I have quite a number of additional titles but they're not all that important at the present moment. Raising her head, Bulma met Vahn's gaze, her sapphire eyes quivering as she asked, So, you're a god, like, for real? Nodding his head in affirmation, Vahn figured the best way to prove his claim was to perform a feat that simply couldn't be explained away by conventional reasoning. More specifically, he reached his hand up towards the sun before twisting his hand in a counterclockwise motion. To Bulma's horror, the sun simply flickered out before he lowered his hand to reveal a golf ball-sized star. With her eyes nearly popping out of her head, Bulma screamed, Oh my god! Is that the sun? Put it back. Amused by Bulma's exaggerated yet wholly justified reaction, a soft chuckle emanated from Vahn's throat as he tossed the tiny orb skyward. From the perspective of others, it appeared to vanish the moment it left his hand, but, thanks to the law of perspective working in his favor, Vahn was able to return it to its proper position. As for the side effects of removing a planetary system's sun, he just erased them from the causal chain. Though she exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing the sun in its rightful position, Bulma was far from calm. Her rational mind was telling her to remain skeptical, but, as the radio station was currently blaring the emergency broadcast signal, there was quite a bit of evidence to support Vahn's claim of godhood. With one question sticking out among the countless that had pervaded her mind, Bulma asked, Why are you here? In an audibly trepidatious tone, caressing his non-existent beard, Vahn assumed a thoughtful pose as he considered the best way to answer Bulma's question. In the end, a distinctly appreciative smile developed across his face as he pointed between her and Goku, answering, My underlying purpose is to train and spend time with Sarina. As for why we're here, it's because fate and circumstance have brought us together. I would like to go into greater detail, but, for the time being, you'll have to be content with the knowledge that we're your friends. More accurately, we'd like to be. Covering her eyes and squeezing her temples with her right hand, Bulma took a time out to process Vahn's words. If she forced herself to think objectively, this was actually a positive development. The notion of having a god as a friend was completely outlandish, but, so long as she played her cards right, she should be able to benefit in the long run. In fact, if she took Vahn up on his previous offer, she might even be able to net herself a literal god as a boyfriend. Excited by the prospect, a moderately unsettling smile developed across Bulma's face as she briefly toyed with the notion of becoming a goddess. After all, if she and Vahn became a couple, wasn't it only natural that he grant her things like immortality and eternal youth? He could produce objects out of thin air and even pluck the sun from the sky. Helping her preserve her appearance should be relatively simple. As if she hadn't been having a mental breakdown moments prior, Bulma spontaneously crossed her arms beneath her breasts, a confident and proud expression on her face as she said, Of course I'll be your friend. Who am I to refuse a god? I mean, the two of you came all this way just to become friends with me. Right? Who could have guessed that my genius-level intellect and peerless beauty could even captivate the gods? With an expression remarkably similar to Luvia's, The only things Bulma needed to complete the image were golden drill tails and an excessively haughty laugh. As for Goku, he was just staring blankly at the side, his hazel brown eyes focusing on a butterfly flittering around in the distance. This kid is a half step away from nirvana. Amused by his own thoughts, an amused yet affectionate developed across Vahn's face. Bulma immediately misunderstood this, her own smile growing to the point it was beginning to strain the muscles in her cheeks. She had always been proud of her intellect and looks. Having a literal god recognize them caused her to feel giddy to her core. Realizing she had misunderstood something the moment he saw the look on Bulma's, the edges of Vahn's smile curled upward as he promptly decided against correcting it. Instead, he proposed, "It's getting pretty close to lunchtime. Since we've already stopped, how about we take a break? I'll cook something tasty and invigorating." Hearing Vahn mention food, focus immediately returned to Goku's eyes as he jumped into the air and shouted, "All right. Now you're speaking my language, Tilda." In an excessively eager tone, seizing the opportunity Goku's outburst had afforded him, Vahn brought out a much smaller hut than the incised cottage he had used the day prior. From the outside, it resembled a traditional, open-air noodle bar. As for the interior, it resembled a high-quality Japanese restaurant that could easily seat more than 100 people without crowding issues. Holy cow! Following Vahn into the interior, Bulma was both surprised and slightly relieved to experience yet another thing that defied common sense. She was now starting to grasp why Sarina had basically told her to just give up and accept the things Vahn did. She was also starting to understand why Vahn had refused so many of her questions the previous night. As a god, there were probably a bunch of rules he had to follow. If there weren't, what could possibly prevent him from just doing whatever he wanted? Go ahead and make yourselves comfortable. Bathrooms are on the far left and there's a decently sized arcade located in the back. Food'll be out in a few minutes. Though he could easily just will food into existence, the only time Vahn abstained from cooking was when Rindo cooked for him. It was still one of his favorite pastimes, so, while Bulma went to freshen up in the bathroom, both he and Sarina entered the kitchen. He had been teaching her how to cook even prior to their descent into the actualized world. Now that they were going to be spending the next 30-odd years together, he had every intention of turning her into a god-tier chef. Noticing a building appearing out of thin air, an extremely weary-looking figure began a slow and gradual crawl towards it with a fatigued yet hopeful expression on their face. It had been more than a year since they last encountered another person, so, hoping the people inside could render their assistance, the figure forced their tired limbs to carry them towards the remarkably fragrant stall. Raising his brows, Vahn briefly sent his intent to the outside before smiling as he said, "Sarina, can you prepare a bucket of iced water with salt? It appears we'll be having another guest for lunch." Though she was momentarily surprised by Vahn's words, it only took a moment for Sarina to nod her head and answer, "Sure thing." "Where can?" Before she could finish her question, a bucket appeared on the counter next to Sarina. A wry smile immediately developed across her face, but, instead of asking why Vahn didn't just create a bucket with salt water, she quickly retrieved a hose before doing as instructed. It was better not to question Vahn's reasoning, as, more often than not, you would find yourself feeling rather silly when he gave you a very simple and straightforward response. While Sarina was pondering the mysteries of Vahn's mind, Goku was the first to notice the arrival of their guest. More specifically, a look of confusion marred his face when a large, sun-dried sea turtle flopped through the entrance. When it saw Goku, a look of relief flashed across the creature's eyes as it asked, "Young man, are there any adults present?" Though he was marginally surprised by the fact the predominantly brown creature could speak, a friendly smile immediately developed across Goku's face as he replied, "Sure are. My Uncle Vahn is in the kitchen with his lady friend. There is also another girl in the bathroom, but I don't think you'd want to talk to her. She's kind of annoying." Relieved to hear there were some adults present, the inordinately large sea turtle exhaled a sigh before perking up quite a bit as he asked, "Can you get them for me? I'm exhausted after a long journey and could use some rest." Hopping from the chair he had been seated on, Goku's thumped his chest like a Boy Scout as he answered, "No problem, leave it to me Tilda," before scampering toward the kitchen. In response, a remarkably human smile developed across the turtle's face as he remarked, "What a kind young man. I/N, alternate titles, R, yes, the classic wink and yeet. Assert that dominance, Vahn XD.com a Bolmo be like, this is okay. Apostrophe comma turtle. Soup anyone. Chapter 10, Crossroads of Fate. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Emerging from the kitchen alongside Sarina and Goku, Vahn decided upon a random name as he greeted the weary-looking sea turtle. In response, it returned a friendly smile as it asked, "Pardon me, kind sir, but do you perhaps have any salt water?" "I don't have any money." Holding up his hand, Vahn maintained a relaxed smile as he explained, "The Sage Dragon's respite exists at the Crossroads of Fate. For those fated to discover it, everything within is free of charge." Shifting his gaze towards Sarina, Vahn nodded towards the bucket in her hands. In response, she adopted a smile of her own as she went forward, half tilting the metal pail as she said, "Feel free to drink your fill, little guy." Though he was suddenly seized by the notion that the Sage Dragon's respite was a mysterious and potentially dangerous place, Turtle was far too exhausted to refuse their kindness. It had been days since he last had something to drink, so, without any hesitation whatsoever, he used his left flipper to support the bucket before drinking half its contents in a single go. Exhaling a contented and relieved sigh, Turtle set the bucket upright before returning his gaze to Vahn and remarking, "That is easily the second best salt water I've ever sampled." "Thank you very much." Raising his brows, Vahn asked, "Oh, you've actually had something better?" Nodding his head in affirmation, Turtle explained, "There was a magical wellspring located near the beach I hatched on. While my other brothers and sisters swam out into the sea, I ended up getting swept away by a current and carried to the interior of a small island. The waters there are one of the reasons I'm able to talk like this, so, while the quality of your salt water might be higher, nothing can compare to the taste of home." Unable to argue with the turtle's logic, Vahn nodded his head in approval before sitting down on the floor and asking, "So, what brings a sea turtle so far inland?" "You're a long way from many small islands, friend." With the smile promptly fading from his face, a melancholic expression quickly took its place as Turtle explained, "To make a very long story short, I'm lost. I've been trying to find my way back to the sea for more than a year now, but the only river I found ended up feeding into a lake instead of the ocean. I was hoping you and your friends might be willing to help." Though he was obviously going to help Turtle find his way to the sea, Vahn looked to Sarina and Goku before answering. He was bound to dictate a lot of events moving forward, but, when it came down to it, this was ultimately their journey. If he started taking proactive action, most of the major threats in the universe would be dealt with over the course of weeks and months rather than years. Surprised, the Vahn had looked towards her, a befuddled emanated from Sarina's throat as she wondered what he wanted. It was only when the smile on Vahn's face turned dry that she understood his intentions, a faint blush spreading through her cheeks as she averted her eyes and said, "Of course we'll help." Nodding his head in agreement, Goku thumped his chest and stated, "That's right. Grandpa always told me that the strong should help those in need. I don't know what this sea thing is, but I'm sure Uncle Vahn can help you find it." Though he had little to no understanding regarding the events that had transpired the last 24 hours, the one thing Goku was absolutely certain of was that Vahn was a good person. He also seemed to know a lot of things. The location of the sea had to be one of them. Taking advantage of the fact he was already sitting down, Vahn gestured Goku to come over so that he could ruffle the young Saiyan's hair. At the same time, a light-hearted smile developed across his face as he said, "Your grandpa was a wise man," before shifting his attention to Turtle and adding, "Once we've finished with lunch, we'll escort you directly to the sea." Like a death row inmate who had just had their sentence annulled, an expression of incomparable relief appeared on Turtle's face as the tensions drained from his body. Then, as if he was suddenly a few hundred years young, He raised his head to respond with an invigorated, "Thank you. I can't tell you how much this means to me. I honestly thought I was going to die once I found myself lost in a mountain range." As turtles were a delicacy all over the world, Turtle was right to be fearful of being trapped inland. If a group of bandits or something like a dinosaur had discovered him, a swift and painless death was the best he could hope for. People could be exceptionally cruel to animals they denoted as prey, so, the moment they discovered he was a magical turtle who could speak, there was a high probability that they would demand something along the lines of wishes before boiling him alive or harvesting his organs to make medicine. Having devoured quite a number of turtles in his life, Vahn could understand turtles' concerns even without the elderly Chelonian voicing them. As a result, he ended up extending his hand to pat the leathery creature on the top of his head. This confused Turtle quite a bit at first, but, feeling the calming energy flowing through his body, it wasn't long before his expression relaxed into a smile. "Huh? Where'd you find a sea turtle this far inland? Those things are pretty rare even in the ocean." Emerging after more than 20 minutes in the bathroom, Bulma was surprised to see Vahn sitting in front of one of the most endangered species on the planet. Sea turtles and pretty much all other forms of shell chelonians had always been revered for their longevity. People believed they could be used to make all kinds of elixirs and medicines, so, with the exception of a few captive breeding populations, the majority of wild turtle species had been pushed to the brink of extinction. Retracting his hand from Turtle's head, Vahn rose to his feet before explaining the situation. He also brought out a few of the dishes he had prepared, as, despite being an extrovert ever since Chloe had helped to break him out of his shell, Vahn had never been fond of standing around and talking. Conversations were best had during or after a meal. So, after inviting Turtle to join them, he created a spread from his inventory before enjoying a nice, long, and relaxing brunch. Since he needed the training, Vahn had Goku carry Turtle on his back during their short journey to the sea. The additional weight reduced his speed by quite a bit, but they were still able to reach the beach in just under 2 hours. "Here you go, Mr. Turtle. Try not to get eaten by any big fish. Okay." As the sea was larger than any body of water he had ever seen, Goku couldn't help thinking that the fish within were even larger than the massive fish he frequently had for dinner. He was right, of course, but Turtle was a lot less vulnerable in water than on land. His magical abilities allowed him to glide through the water at supersonic speeds beneath the ocean, so, unless he dropped his guard, he could easily outmaneuver most other underwater creatures. "Thank you, Goku." "Thank you, Vahn. You may very well have saved this poor turtle's life. For that, you have my endless gratitude." "Hey, what about us? We helped out as well." Shifting his attention to Bulma, Turtle understood exactly who Goku had been referring to when he said one of Vahn's companions was annoying. Bulma hadn't actually contributed anything, yet, as if she had been the one to carry him all this way, she expected gratitude by association. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years, Turtle was well aware with the temperamental nature of many women, so, after a moment of silence, he said, "You didn't let me finish. I was going to thank you for the fun conversation during lunch and Miss Sarina for the salt water. I'm just a little slow due to being a turtle and all." Feeling a little guilty, a wry smile developed across Bulma's face as she said, "Sorry about that. I've never been known for my patience. I should probably work on it." Punctuating her remark with a self-deprecating laugh, Bulma briefly shifted her gaze to Vahn. In response, he simply returned one of his characteristically carefree smiles. This caused her to feel even more embarrassed. Fortunately, just as she felt as though everyone was silently judging her, Turtle spoke out, saying, "Oh, it's not a problem. You're still young. After all, it's okay to be a little brash and impatient so long as you learn from it. Now, if the four of you are willing to wait, there is someone I want you to meet. He's an old friend of mine and should be more than willing to reward you for your troubles." On that note, Turtle raised his flipper as a gesture of farewell before swimming out into the sea. His departure was relatively slow at first, but The moment he reached deep waters, a hazy green aura covered his body as he zipped through the water like a submarine on steroids. Only Vahn was able to perceive this, but it was still pretty interesting. Not believing for a moment that Turtle would actually return, Bulma muttered a silent, "Well, there he goes," before looking towards Vahn and asking, "What now?" Just as he had when Turtle asked, Vahn shifted his attention to Sarina to see what she had to say. In response, a wide smile developed across her face as she suggested, "I think we should stick around. This is actually my first time visiting the beach, so I wouldn't mind going for a swim and trying out a tanned look." Reinforcing her statement, Sarina used her requip system to change into a rather peculiar-looking bikini with a black base and white frills. A ruddy hue immediately colored her cheeks, but, instead of behaving bashfully, she punctuated her words by grabbing Vahn's arm and adding, "Help me apply sunscreen," with an embarrassed yet visibly excited look on her face. Returning a smile of his own, Vahn made a casual gesture with his left hand that caused several beach chairs, a large parasol, several coolers, and an oversized grill to appear out of thin air. With the exception of his bedroom and workshop, the beach was inarguably Vahn's favorite place to visit. The beauty of his women in swimsuits had a lot to do with this, but, more than that, he just liked being around the water, cutting loose, and relaxing. Thus, ever since his relatively brief stay in the Akamatsu-verse, Vahn had always carried the supplies for a beach getaway in his inventory. After traveling hundreds of kilometers in only a few minutes, Turtle reached the edge of a small island located in an abnormally calm section of the sea. There, taking up nearly half the island, a pink, two-story house with the words "Came House" printed in bright blue letters could be seen. Sensing Turtle's arrival, an old man wearing a Hawaiian-esque, orange t-shirt and a pair of baggy white shorts rose from his position on a tattered-looking lawn chair. He was relatively short at only 165 centimeters tall, and, due to his poor posture, he appeared even shorter. His bald head glistened like the bright orange orb dangling from his neck, while his eyes, veiled by oversized sunglasses, sharpened for a brief moment before relaxing as he recognized the intruder's identity. Stroking his bushy white beard and mustache, the elderly man smiled as he said, "Why, if it isn't Turtle, where have you been these past couple of months?" I was starting to get worried. Returning a smile of his own, Turtle dragged his body towards the old man as he answered, "It's good to see you, Master Roshi. Though I'm ashamed to admit it, I got lost after leaving one of my friend's birthday parties. Fortunately, a mysterious man and an exceptionally kind young boy gave me a hand and guided me back to the sea. If you're not too busy, I'd like you to meet them. They didn't ask for one, but I believe they deserve a reward." Very well, then. Take me to this mysterious man and his young friend. As he was actually bored out of his mind, Master Roshi didn't mind stepping away from his tiny and extremely remote island to reward a group of promising youngsters. Kindness was a rare trait these days, so, as one of the strongest, oldest, and wisest men on the planet, he had a moral obligation to reward those who demonstrated it without ulterior motives. Who knows? He may even find himself a new student. With that in mind, Master Roshi picked up his club-like staff before donning a remarkably heavy, turtle-like shell and making his way over to stand on Turtle's back. This caused the aged Chelonian to grunt, but, having served as one of Master Roshi's mounts for the better part of 150 years, he was pretty accustomed to the old man's weight. I/N, alternate titles, humans can be remarkably self-serving. If I had a harem of 100 plus god-tier beauties, I would probably enjoy the beach as well. Master Roshi is going to react like Sanji after his training arc once he sees Bulma and Sarina in their bikinis XD. Chapter 11, Carrot, Confidence. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I may have made a slight mistake in your transmigration. Your breasts are a bit larger than I remember. Though he would never make such a mistake, Vahn knew Sarina had a moderate obsession with the size of her breasts. She believed they made her appear mature and attractive, so, even if it was just lip service, Vahn made sure to comment on them whenever the opportunity presented itself. With a fierce blush on her face, Sarina's eyes were focused on the capsule house in the distance as she resisted the urge to squeal and moan under Vahn's persistent ministrations. When she heard his comment, her already stiffening nipples became completely rigid as she instinctually closed her legs in an attempt to rub her thighs together. Squeezing his knees together to prevent Sarina's hips from wiggling about, Vahn briefly massaged her belly before moving to her breasts and allowing his subtly luminous, lotion-covered fingers to sink into the indescribably soft mounds of flesh. Then, without going out of his way to directly tease her nipples, he massaged and kneaded the mochi-like mounds until they were glistening with a thin yet thorough oil covering. "I'd say that about does it for your front. Flip over so I can do your backside." Willfully choosing words that could be misconstrued, Vahn was unsurprised to feel a powerful and expectant shudder run through Sarina's body. Doggy style was her preferred position when it came to rough and intense sex, as she liked to have her breasts dangle and sway with the impact of each thrust. The only position she preferred, even more, was the standard missionary, as it allowed her to lock her legs and arms around Vahn's body as they kissed and made slow and passionate love. Seemingly forgetting that Vahn was supposed to be applying lotion to her skin, Sarina didn't simply flip over in response to his words. Instead, she habitually got on her hands and knees, a dazed and somewhat intoxicated expression on her face as she playfully swayed her hips. As tempting as the offer was, Vahn ultimately just massaged Sarina's soft yet muscular bottom for a bit before reminding her they were currently at the beach. This caused the impassioned look on her face to transition to one of confusion, as, more often than not, Vahn would simply slow or stop time so they could do it when and wherever. Understanding Sarina's confusion, Vahn allowed the thumb of his right hand to slip beneath the fabric of her bikini, gently tracing the sensitive skin that had been cut into by the elastic band as he reminded, "We agreed that I wouldn't use my authority over time during our stay. If you want to be able to play around whenever you want, you'll need to master the ability yourself." Punctuating his words with a very light smack to Sarina's bottom, Vahn was able to inhibit the plea forming at the tip of her tongue. She was too used to being able to do it whenever she wanted, so now that she had asked him to spend the next 30-odd years training her, Vahn was going to use sex as a tool to motivate her. If she wanted to be able to have sex whenever she wanted, she would need to master time and space abilities as well. Though a wave of anxiety briefly washed over her body, Sarina quelled her impassioned state pretty quickly when Goku suddenly emerged from the sea with a bus-sized shark in tow, shouting, "Uncle Vahn." "Sarina, look what I caught!" Tilda. As Sarina promptly descended to the beach towel to cover her breasts, Vahn half turned to wave at Goku, replying, "Nice catch, Goku. Go ahead and place it next to the grill. Once I'm finished here, I'll start cooking." "Okay Tilda." Without even suspecting that Vahn and Sarina might have been doing something naughty, Goku dragged the 1,500 kilograms fish over to the grill. This actually confused Vahn a bit, as, in the version of Dragon Ball he was most familiar with, Goku and Krillin had struggled to train with 40 to 100 kilograms turtle shells during their training with Master Roshi. In spite of this, Goku's initial encounter with Bulma showed him dragging a giant fish that was easily 4 meters in length and well over 800 kilograms. Shaking his head, Vahn chalked it up to the existence of laws he wasn't intimately familiar with. For all he knew, Goku was simply at his most powerful when it came to the procurement of food. If he didn't have more important matters at hand, Vahn might have pulled out his scouter to check. After failing to get Vahn to fork over one of the requip systems, Bulma was in a huff as she went through more than a dozen different swimsuits, complaining, "No, none of these are even half as sexy as what that woman was wearing. I could have sworn there was a micro bikini in here somewhere." Though she normally wouldn't even consider aiming for a man that was already in a relationship, Vahn's behavior and Sarina's words made it pretty obvious they weren't against the idea. If not for the fact she was uncomfortable with the notion of sharing her man with another, Bulma might have already jumped off into the deep end. Instead, she was determined to at least try and steal Vahn for herself. Just as she was about to give up, A flash of camo appeared in the corner of Bulma's vision. This was exactly what she was looking for. Unfortunately, only the top could be found amongst the veritable mountain of clothes that dominated nearly half of her walk-in closet. Tearing away at the mountain of clothes in futility, Bulma's frustration grew until she shouted, "Ugh! Why do I even have all these clothes in the first place? I can never find what I'm looking for." With yet another reason to secure and market their requip system, Bulma decided to forego the complete outfit and improvise. She was quite confident in her appearance, so, instead of fretting over the pieces that were missing, she sorted through a few different bottoms before settling on a pair of compression shorts that resembled jeans. To complete the outfit, Bulma attached a green hoi poi capsule holster to her right thigh and a band strap for a hunting knife to her left. Then, as she had absolutely no intention of getting in the water, she donned a pair of standard-issue combat boots. She had always been fond of firearms, so, despite sanctions that prevented civilians from purchasing military equipment, Bulma had a large collection of authentic goods that ranged from pistols to literal tanks. Being the daughter of the richest man in the world had its perks. After checking herself out in the mirror for the better part of 10 minutes, Bulma pulled at the trim of her shorts until the fabric at the back was thoroughly wedged between her pert and perky butt. It was more than a little uncomfortable, but, when it came to impressing and poaching men, sacrifices had to be made. Finally satisfied with the way she looked, Bulma gave her right cheek a light smack as she remarked, "I'd like to see him remain calm when he gets an eyeful of this." Recalling the nigh perennial mask of calm on Vahn's face, a determined look flashed across Bulma's face as a stubborn resolution formed in her heart. Her target might be a god, but that didn't mean she was just going to bend the knee and worship the ground he walked on. He had come here for her. That was proof enough that he was drawn to her beauty and intelligence. She might not be able to get him to fawn over her like the other idiots eager to get in her pants, but that wasn't going to stop her from taking charge and seizing the reins in their relationship. She might enjoy showing off and flaunting her appearance, but she was no one's trophy. After repeating the mantra in her mind more than a dozen times, Bulma was able to suppress her anxiety long enough to depart the capsule house. In total, it had taken her more than an hour to change. Vahn had long finished applying Sarina's lotion, so, while the latter was tanning on one of the beach chairs, the former was hard at work preparing and cooking the veritable mountain of fish Goku had procured. Seizing the opportunity, Bulma sauntered over to Vahn with a trepidatious yet excited smile on her face. Her intention was to approach him from behind and jump on his back in a manner that would have pinned her breasts firmly against him. Before she could cover even half the distance, however, Bulma's pace gradually slowed to a stop as the diameter of her eyes gradually increased. Was he always this hot? Having only ever looked at Vahn's face previously, Bulma was genuinely surprised to see how toned his body was without a shirt on. She had never seen someone with such a well-defined yet compact physique. It was like every part of his body had been sculpted to perfection. If Bulma hadn't already come to terms with the fact that Vahn was a god, his physique would have been more than enough a proof. There was no way a human could possess such features. Sensing Bulma's gaze, a teasing smile developed across Vahn's face as he looked over his shoulder. This caused the buxom brunette to freeze like a startled deer caught in headlights. Fortunately, just as Bulma was beginning to regret trying to show off, Vahn casually remarked, "You look even more amazing than expected. That outfit really suits you." Feeling the tensions drain away from her body, a gratified smile developed across Bulma's face as she habitually combed through her hair and asked, "Do you mean it? You're not just saying that to try and make me feel better, right?" Maintaining a relaxed smile, Vahn shook his head before turned back to the grill and answering, "I may embellish things but I never tell lies. You should trust in the confidence that compelled you to choose such an outfit. You are a remarkably beautiful woman, Bulma." Hearing Vahn addressing her by name rather than referring to her as Miss Briefs, an indescribably fluttery feeling spread through Bulma's chest as her heart began palpitating like a 40-year-old diabetic. She had never thought that hearing her name could sound so pleasant. In fact, prior to this exact moment, she had actually preferred Vahn referring to her Miss Briefs, as his voice made everything he said sound polite and sincere. Feeling uncharacteristically bashful, Bulma began as she averted her eyes, cupped her flaring cheeks, and remarked, "You're way too good at this," before summoning up the courage to ask, "Okay, Mr. God. If you always tell the truth, then answer me this. Did you come to Earth with the intention of getting into my pants?" Setting aside the metal spatula he had been using to flip fish patties, Vahn half turned to look at Bulma before answering, "My reasons for coming here are exactly as I stated previously. However, I won't deny that the thought has crossed my mind. If it hadn't, I wouldn't have left my door open for you." Though she already expected such a response, the complexion of Bulma's face became even redder as the image of Vahn's toned yet muscular figure appeared in her mind. She had thought about him quite a bit the previous night, but, now that she knew what he looked like beneath his shirt, she had a much clearer image to work with. It was kind of scary, but, at the same time, she would be the one lying if she said she wasn't interested. Lowering her hands, Bulma forced herself to meet Vahn's gaze as she said, "Hey. Why don't we?" Interrupting Bulma's poorly considered proposition, Goku emerged from the sea, shouting, "Uncle Vahn, look over there. Mr. Turtle's come back and he's brought an old man with him." I/N, alternate titles, OWO. The downside to having functionally infinite wealth and being a hoarder. Bulma's route was 99% complete the moment she saw Vahn's body. XD. Chapter 12, Meeting the Turtle Hermit. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Though he had actually been intending to mess with Master Roshi a bit, Vahn didn't even hesitate to whip out a jacket to go with Bulma's outfit. If she didn't want to be gawked at, going out of his way to allow it to happen wasn't in line with his character. Rather, as she clearly only wanted to be seen by him, at least for the time being, he had an obligation to protect her from others. Seeing that Vahn had produced a pilot's jacket that perfectly complemented her outfit, Bulma's face practically lit up. She would have settled for just about anything, but, as a woman who took pride in her appearance, she would much rather have something fashionable than tacky. "Thanks. I would have preferred a requip system, but I suppose this'll do for now." Donning the perfectly tailored jacket, the smile on Bulma's face became even more prominent as the notion she would no longer have to purchase clothes or visit a tailor briefly crossed her mind. She might enjoy shopping, but, if given the option, she would much rather stay home and work on her inventions. Being the most prominent socialite in West City was incredibly stressful. Smiling wryly in response to Bulma's remark, Vahn resisted the urge to caress her head as he shifted his attention towards the old man approaching them atop Turtle's back. In response, Master Roshi immediately raised his hand in greeting, shouting, "Hey there. You four must be the kind folks that helped my good friend, Turtle." "The name's Master Roshi. Nice to meet you." Returning the old man's gesture, Vahn stepped out ahead of the group just as Master Roshi jumped into the air. The presence of two beautiful women had compelled him to show off, so, while Turtle continued to approach the shore normally, Master Roshi flipped through the air with the finesse of a gymnast before landing softly in front of Vahn's group. Never one to shy away when she had something on her mind, Bulma immediately piped up, asking, "Master Roshi, I'll admit, you're pretty spry for an old man, but isn't it a little arrogant to go around introducing yourself Master?" Rather than taking offense to Bulma's words, Master Roshi maintained a friendly smile as he stroked his beard. Turtle had told him all about Vahn and his party during their trip, so, while he would have normally bemoaned her lack of respect, he instead focused on Vahn, asking, "Young man, are you a martial artist? Your balance is impeccable and your physique demonstrates your extraordinary level of commitment. How about a little spar?" Thinking he would open Vahn's eyes to heights unreachable through conventional training, Master Roshi was surprised when the former shook his head, a casual smile on his face as he said, "Though I appreciate your intentions, my level is a bit too high for the standards of this world. Why not have a training bout with this little fellow? I'm sure he would benefit quite a bit from the teachings of his master's master." Master's master. Shifting his attention to Goku, a look of realization briefly flashed across Roshi's face as he noticed the former's tail. He had never actually seen Goku, but, as the master of Gohan, he had heard quite a bit about the troubled boy his young disciple had found in the mountains. Of my two living disciples, only one of them has mentioned a young boy with a monkey tail. You must be Son Goku, Gohan's grandson. Surprised to hear Roshi mention his grandpa, Goku's expression lit up as he asked, "You knew my grandpa?" Stroking his beard, Roshi's smile became reminiscent as he answered, "Know him? Of course, I know him. I was the one who taught him martial arts some 60 years ago. Tell me, how is your grandpa these days?" "I haven't heard from him in years." Though a hint of melancholy bled into his expression, Goku retained a smile as he said, "Grandpa died a few years ago. I'm sorry I wasn't able to tell you sooner." Hanging his head, a nearly inaudible sigh escaped through Roshi's nose. This wasn't the first time he had outlived one of his students. Gohan was just one of the ones he was most proud of, so, hearing about his death, Roshi couldn't help wishing the youth had accepted his offer when he revealed to him the truth of his biological immortality. "No need to apologize, my boy. In fact, I should be the one saying sorry. As Gohan's grandson, it should have been my responsibility to take you in. At the very least, I should have paid you a visit to make sure everything was okay." Though he had isolated himself from the rest of the world for a number of reasons, Roshi couldn't help lamenting at times like this. Unfortunately, the only medicine for regret was letting things go and doing your best to move forward. Gohan wouldn't have wanted people to mourn him. He was the kind of man that believed death should be celebrated, not for the event itself, but for the glory of the life that preceded it. As Goku was the living embodiment of everything his former student stood for, Roshi's expression gradually solidified into a serious, battle-hardened expression as he added, "Very well, now that it's come to this, I want you to show me everything your grandfather has taught you. As a student of my student, I have an obligation to correct your mistakes." Planting his staff in the ground, Roshi removed the 40 kilograms shelf from his back before leaning forward with his hands behind his back. While this was going on, Vahn whispered something into Goku's ear before giving the young Saiyan a supportive pat on the back. In response, Goku set aside his power pole before adopting a stance with both arms spread out. "Oh, a little pre-fight advice? I take it that man is your new master then?" While adjusting his stance into a low squat, Goku answered, "He's not my master. Uncle Vahn is my family." Raising his brows, Roshi was about to ask for clarification when Goku suddenly charged at him like a bullet. Nice speed. Sidestepping the toddler-sized projectile, Roshi attempted to chop Goku in the back of his neck only for the latter's tail to grasp his wrist. This was an exceptionally dangerous maneuver, but, so long as Master Roshi didn't grip his tail directly, Goku could use it to grab and hang from objects. I/N, young and poorly trained Saiyans lose their power when their tails are grasped with sufficient strength. Surprised by Goku's maneuver, Roshi nearly took a foot to the face as the young Saiyan used his tail as leverage to twist his body. In the same motion, Goku threw out his right hand, surprising the old master a second time with a handful of sand. Thanks to his sunglasses, Roshi was largely unaffected by the surprise attack. He was also beginning to take Goku a little more seriously, so, the moment the young Saiyan attempted to sweep his legs, Roshi raised his feet in a manner that left his upper body in the exact position he started. Then, in a single swift motion, he springboarded off of Goku's head, vaulting high into the sky as he remarked, "You're not half bad, kid. With a bit of polish, it won't be long before you surpass both me and your grandfather." Though his words were slightly embellished, Roshi would be lying if he said he wasn't impressed by Goku's speed and strength. The boy clearly had talent, and, so long as it was nourished properly, he would invariably become one of the strongest in the world. Landing a few meters away from where Goku was standing, Roshi placed his hands behind his back a second time before saying, "It's time to end this." Undaunted by the suffocating aura that had begun to leak from Roshi's visibly swelling body, Goku jumping forward with a loud "Hurrah!" Vahn had told him to hold nothing back, so, the moment he reached the apex of his jump, he extended his foot like a spear aimed towards Roshi's head. With a slight smile on his face, Roshi leaned forward in a way that caused the light from the sun to refract off his head. Goku wasn't actually blinded by this, but it was more than enough to cause him to squint. At that exact same moment, Roshi extended his arms to the side, his body appearing to flicker as Goku's kick passed through him. Crashing into the ground, Goku barely had time to utter a confused, Before a far more tangible version of Roshi appeared right behind him, explaining, that would be the after-image technique. Good fight, kiddo. Without waiting for Goku to respond, Roshi attempted to chop the back of his neck a second time. To his surprise, Goku raised his shoulders as if he were trying to retract his neck into his body. In the same motion, he jumped backward with all the force his legs could muster on loose sand. Though he was somewhat surprised by Goku's maneuver, Roshi's speed allowed him to step back much faster than the young Saiyan could launch himself. As a result, Goku ended up landing hard on the ground, his body leaving a short trail through the sand as Roshi appeared next to him and said, "Good instincts. If you were a bit stronger and faster, you might have been able to catch me by surprise." Extending his hand to Goku, Roshi helped the young Saiyan stand before subsequently helping to dust off his clothes. At the same time, Vahn, Sarina, and Bulma walked over, the latter commenting, "Wow, I've never seen a fight like that one. You're really strong for a little kid." Goku, rubbing the back of his head, an awkward laugh emanated from Goku's throat. He didn't actually mind receiving compliments, but it felt weird to be called strong when he hadn't even been able to land a clean hit on his opponent. Seeing through Goku's thoughts at a glance, Vahn beat Roshi to the punch by using cleaning magic and saying, "Bulma's right. If you were to compete with others around your age, you would be able to defeat each and every one of them. Losing against skilled masters who have years, if not decades of training under their belt is nothing to be ashamed of." Punctuating his words with a gentle ruffling of Goku's hair, Vahn was about to ask if Sarina wanted to have a go at the old man before Roshi interrupted, saying, "Well said, young man. It seems your body isn't the only thing you've trained over the years. Tell me, who is your master? Which schools have you trained under?" Shaking his head, Vahn rose to his feet before answering, "That's a conversation for another time. For now, I believe there is a different matter you wished to discuss." Though he briefly squinted his eyes, Roshi didn't attempt to press Vahn to disclose information he wasn't willing to give. Instead, a grandfatherly smile developed across his face as he caressed his beard and replied, "Ah, yes, I had nearly forgotten. Thanks for the reminder." Stepping away from the group, Roshi picked up his turtle shell and staff before popping his neck and saying, "I wanted to thank you for what you did for my friend. I can't guarantee you'll be able to use it, but there's no harm in letting you try." Having planned out everything prior to his arrival, Roshi punctuated his words by pointing his staff towards the horizon and shouting, "Come to me, flying Nimbus." I/N, alternate titles, Bulma is already thinking like one of Vahn's lovers. Master Roshi is fated to outlive each and every one of his students. A scheming old man XD. Chapter 13, Gift. This chapter is updated by novels.pl with a quality that made it appear like a moving painting. The flying Nimbus was the offspring of a pseudo-spiritual creature birthed between the realms of heaven and earth. The actual Nimbus was a massive golden cloud said to bring great fortune to all who witnessed its splendor, while the much smaller variant, creating a long golden trail as it moved across the sky like a comet, was the favorite mode of transport for Earth's former sages. As a pseudo-spiritual entity with a nascent ego, the flying Nimbus possessed the innate ability to ascertain whether or not the person trying to ride it was good, evil, pure of heart, or malicious. If it didn't approve of your character, trying to board it was the same as stepping into empty air. This little fella is known as Nimbus, the somersault cloud. Back in the day, these bad boys used to ferry the righteous and pure of heart all over the world. Now, the only people that can board them are young children and those who have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of martial arts. Here, let me demonstrate. Though it had been decades since he last attempted to board the flying Nimbus, long before the advent of television, Roshi showed zero hesitation when he attempted to jump up and sit on the glistening golden cloud. Unfortunately, it had been quite some time since he was pure of heart, so, the moment his bottom impacted the cloud, he promptly slipped through it. Thanks to his shell, Roshi was able to avoid landing directly on his tailbone. Unfortunately, not all injuries were to the body. He was so embarrassed by the unexpected faux pas that his face became red from his nose to his ears. It was kind of sad, but, when it came down to it, The only person Roshi could blame for the mishap was himself. Forcing himself to his feet, Roshi took a moment to dust himself off before clearing his throat with a cough and saying, anyways. Feel free to give it a go, youngsters. So long as you're able to sit upon its back, the Nimbus will forever answer your call. Seeing the golden cloud approach Vahn of its own fruition, Roshi's words gradually trailed off as a look of disbelief marred his elderly face. With the Nimbus nuzzling against the side of his body like a cat seeking affection, a soft chuckle emanated from Vahn's throat as he proceeded to run his hand along its surprisingly warm and expectedly fluffy surface. Though it was difficult to claim he was pure of heart, Vahn was the closest thing to origin in each of the records he had visited. As for his actualized worlds, he was the literal origin of every entity that existed within. This included the Nimbus, the giant Nimbus, and everyone capable of riding them. If he wasn't qualified to mount the shimmering golden cloud, no one was. Unfortunately, though it very clearly wanted him to, Vahn had no intention of making the Nimbus his mount. Its maximum speed was a leisurely Mach 1.5. This was, quite literally, millions of times slower than his maximum, unassisted flight speed. As much as he enjoyed leisurely flights, Vahn knew the Nimbus would be better served in the hands of another. Thus, after fluffing it up quite a bit, he gently urged the inordinately fluffy cloud from his body as he said, sorry, little fella, but you'll need to choose someone else as your master. I already have a dedicated mount. Hanging its head in a clearly disheartened manner, the Nimbus slowly separated from Vahn's body before moving towards Bulma. This caused a haughty smile to develop across the buxom brunette's face. In response, Sarina tried to warn her, saying, Bulma. Only the pure of heart can ride the flying Nimbus. But Bulma wasn't having any of it, rebutting, I'm the purest girl you'll ever meet. Before attempting to glomp the luminous golden cloud, unsurprisingly, Bulma fell through the cloud as if it didn't exist. Fortunately, just as she was about to crash, face first into the ground, Vahn promptly caught her, teasing, someone's been naughty. In a tone only she could hear. Blushing fiercely, Bulma wanted to protest but found herself unable to speak with Vahn's muscular arms supporting her body. His abs were also a mere 3 centimeters away from her face, so, for a brief moment, Bulma's eyes glazed over as Vahn helped her to a standing position before giving her butt a very discreet squeeze. With her back straightening, Bulma stared at Vahn with eyes round as saucers. In response, he just smiled back at her, asking, You okay? In a tender, ostensibly concerned tone. Inhaling a deep breath through her nose, Bulma resisted the almost instinctual urge to accuse him of sexual harassment. She didn't want to cause a scene in front of Roshi, and, more importantly, she wasn't actually that upset by his behavior. After all, she had specifically chosen these shorts to draw attention to her butt. Letting him cop a feel after he had saved her from face-planting seemed like a suitable reward. With that in mind, Bulma ultimately just snorted through her nose before averting her eyes and crossing her arms in a defiant manner. She didn't want Vahn to think she was an easy woman, so, even if she wasn't actually upset, that didn't prevent her from pretending she was. Smiling wryly in response to Bulma's behavior, Vahn briefly glanced toward the pink aura clinging to his body before shifting his attention to Sarina and asking, Do you want to try? In a curious tone. Just as Bulma looked toward her with the intention of egging her on, Sarina promptly shook her head, saying, I know I'm not pure of heart. If any of us can ride the Nimbus, it's Goku. I say we let him give it a try. Nodding his head in affirmation, Vahn turned to Goku, smiling as he asked, How about it, kiddo? Want to give it a go? Without any hesitation whatsoever, Goku answered, Okay. Before leaping onto the Nimbus with an excited smile on his face. To the surprise of no one, not even Bulma, the Nimbus solidified the moment Goku landed atop it. Then, just as Goku was about to celebrate with a merry jig, the golden cloud took off like a meteor towards the horizon. It was still feeling a little upset after Vahn's unceremonious rejection, so, now that it had a new master, it wanted to show off a bit. Well, I'll be. Seeing the Nimbus flying around at high speeds while Goku laughed vivaciously on its back, Roshi couldn't help feeling as though the cloud and boy were made for one another. It had been decades since he saw the Nimbus so spirited, but, after watching the scene for several seconds, he ultimately shook his head before shifting his gaze to Vahn and asking, "Young man, who, or, more specifically, what are you?" Though he had no intention of discussing the finer details, Vahn had no qualms about revealing his status as a god. Thus, rather than foot about the issue, he returned a carefree smile as he answered, "My name is Vahn Aldnari Mason. Many know me as the Sage Dragon Emperor. Others know me as the God of Infinite Possibilities. You may simply refer to me as Vahn." Sage Dragon Emperor, God of Infinite Possibilities. Nodding his head in response to Roshi's utterance, Vahn answered, "Indeed. And, no, they are not simply titles. You probably noticed the sun disappearing from the sky previously, yes? That was my doing, as it was pretty difficult not to notice the sun disappeared from the sky." Master Roshi's expression became incomparably serious as he asked, "Why have you come to this world?" Shaking his head, Vahn answered, "Not for the reasons you suspect. I am simply an observer. I'm not here to cause trouble or take over the world. I just want to relax, enjoy life, and watch over the people around me." Being a god isn't exactly a stress-free occupation. Though he couldn't help feeling a little skeptical, Roshi knew there was a fairly decent chance that Vahn was who he claimed to be. His suspicion was due to the fact he was already aware of Earth's guardian god, Kami. He had never met the man, but, after climbing Koron's tower more than 300 years ago, he heard tales of the guardian god and had even seen the lookout suspended high above the clouds. Deciding it would be best to avoid inadvertently offending Vahn, the serious expression faded from Roshi's face as he caressed his beard and asked, "What do you intend to do with Goku? There must be a reason for you to be traveling with him." Instead of immediately answering Roshi's question, Vahn pointed to the glistening orange sphere dangling from his neck. This earned him a confused look from Roshi, but, following his gaze, Bulma immediately recognized the orb's identity, shouting, "Dragon Ball!" in an excited tone. "Dragon, what's it?" Speaking before Bulma could unnecessarily complicate things, Vahn explained, "We're currently on a journey to gather 7 of those spheres. Once we're finished, I would appreciate it if you looked after Goku for a couple of years. He may not be able to reach his full potential under your guidance, but I'm certain Gohan would rest easier if Goku was entrusted to you." As he had already been planning to take Goku as a student, Roshi saw no reason to refuse Vahn's request. He did, however, ask, "What makes you believe he can't reach his full potential under my guidance? I may be getting on in years, but I'm still the strongest man on Earth. I've trained many of the world's greatest martial artists and even ascended Koron's tower in my youth." Smiling in response to the old man's words, Vahn elected to place his hand on Roshi's shoulder rather than explain things. In response, the old man's eyes widened, as, playing within his mind were crystal clear images of Goku fighting against foes like Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. Retracting his hand from the old man's shoulder, Vahn explained, "The standards of Earth are not universal. If you travel to the more populous and technologically advanced regions of the galaxy, even a poorly trained foot soldier would vastly exceed the most powerful person on this planet. If you are serious about preserving this planet, you won't allow Goku and his future companions to become complacent in their training." Snatching the Dragon Ball from Roshi's neck, Vahn dangled it in front of him, adding, "I'll be taking this. Think of it as compensation for my little gift." Confused by Vahn's words, Roshi habitually reached up to stroke his beard only to find it missing. At that exact same moment, a frigid, sea-borne breeze swept inland. Under normal circumstances, this would have left his scalp feeling chilled. Instead, strands of black obscured his vision as Roshi extended his hand to find a full head of hair in place of his previously bald head. As a courtesy, Vahn produced a mirror from his inventory before passing it to the befuddled martial arts master and saying, "This ought to make it easier for you to keep up with the young ones." Seeing his reflection in the mirror, Roshi's mouth hung in disbelief. Immediately thereafter, a wide smile developed across his face, as, Not only had his hair grown back, even his missing teeth had been replaced. He was a little sad to see his beard missing, but that was a small price to pay for his apparent youth. I used a self-made magic spell to restore your body to its prime. So long as you don't engage in any excessive behavior, it should persist indefinitely. Raising his brows, Rossi was about to ask what Vahn meant by excessive behavior when he noticed the deadpan stare on the latter's face. This caused Orion's somewhat sad smile to develop across his own. Fortunately, just as he was about to relent and promise not to misbehave, Vahn extended a lifeline, whispering, "So long as it's consensual, there won't be any adverse consequences. Just keep in mind that there's a distinct difference between consent and someone relenting to pressure. Don't go around trying to exploit people or take advantage of their circumstances. If you do, succumbing to your old age will be the least of your concerns." On that note, Vahn gave the now young Roshi another pat on the shoulder. This time, a cold sweat broke out across the man's body, as, rather than showing him scenes of Goku doing battle, he gave the man a peek at life inside Earth's dimension. I/N, alternate titles, Vahn makes spirits go doki doki tilde apostrophe comma yes, affairexchange.com Master Rossi and launch confirmed. Chapter 14. Rumination. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Since Goku still wanted to play around with his newly acquired companion, the only person who was against sticking around was Bulma. She was already beginning to miss her workshop and the comforts of West City, so, ever since learning that her journey could basically be completed in an instant by Vahn, she kind of wanted to just get it over with. Of course, the main reason for Bulma's sudden change in mentality was the notion that her journey no longer served a purpose. Being called out by both Vahn and Sarina had caused her to reconsider her wish. In hindsight, Bulma realized there were a number of problems with wishing for a perfect boyfriend. If such a person did exist, she would basically be brainwashing them to love her. If they didn't exist, she would be willing them into existence for the sole purpose of pandering to her. Imagining what it would be like to be on the receiving end of such a wish, Bulma realized just how short-sighted she had been prior to setting out on her journey. She had also set Vahn as her current goal, so, even if they did obtain all 7 Dragon Balls, she no longer had any use for them. She was already ludicrously wealthy, supremely intelligent, and remarkably beautiful. Other than a boyfriend that could match her status, she had never wanted for anything her entire life. With this, and several other thoughts plaguing her mind, Bulma was caught off guard when Sarina suddenly sat next to her and asked, "What are you thinking about with such a serious look on your face?" Adopting a slightly hostile expression, Bulma retorted, "There's no way you would understand. You have a literal god as your mentor and boyfriend. I bet you don't even have to ask and Vahn grants all your wishes, doesn't he?" Furrowing her brows, Sarina wanted to refute Bulma's words but she couldn't. Vahn had literally created an entire metaverse for her, and, despite having far more pressing matters to attend, he hadn't even hesitated to agree to her request. If she asked, he would transform her into a Saiyan, teleport her anywhere she wanted to go, and dedicate entire planets to her training. There were very few things he wouldn't outright give her, chief among them being power she hadn't earned. Seeing the conflicted expression on Sarina's face, Bulma's own formed into a pout. There was a lot she could infer from Sarina's reaction. This created innumerable questions in her mind, but, instead of focusing on general curiosities, Bulma decided to strike at the heart of the matter, asking, "Were you the one who asked Vahn to come here?" Not expecting such a question out of the blue, Sarina opened her mouth to refute, but, before she could utter so much as a single syllable, Bulma snorted through her nose, adding, "I knew it. Vahn is far too powerful to be wasting time here on Earth. You must have taken advantage of your status as his lover to request that he bring you here. The question is, why?" Realizing she had severely underestimated Bulma's intelligence, Sarina decided to borrow a page from Loki's book. The irredeemably perverted goddess had taken an interest in her during most of her stays in the game board. This had forced Sarina into a number of compromising positions, but, in exchange, she was able to learn from one of the most intelligent and clever goddesses in Vahn's memory. Squinting her eyes, A weak yet palpable bloodlust radiated from Sarina's body as she said, "Though I can understand your reasons, aren't you being a little too presumptuous? People aren't obligated to reveal their secrets just because you asked. And to think, I was actually about to give you advice on how to further your relationship with Vahn." Shaking her head, Sarina rose from her seated position before looking down at Bulma and adding, "You're right about one thing. Vahn came here because of me. If I asked him to leave, do you think he would refuse?" Without waiting for Bulma's response, Sarina walked over to where Vahn was manipulating the sand to build a 1/10 scale model of a castle for Goku. The young Saiyan was having a blast destroying the record-setting sand castle, as, despite possessing a pure heart, Goku was ultimately a pure-blooded Saiyan. Vahn was intending to help him control his destructive instincts, but, before that, he wanted to draw them out so that Goku was better aware of them. Following Sarina's departure with a withering gaze, Bulma's desire to steal Vahn for herself matured from a simple sapling to a veritable world tree. At the same time, however, her rational mind kicked into overdrive. It didn't take a genius to understand that Sarina's words weren't so much a threat as they were a statement of fact. If she did ask Vahn to whisk her away, Bulma had no doubt he would do exactly that. How annoying. I finally find someone suitable enough to be my boyfriend and he's taken by some hussy with more tits than brains. Willfully ignoring the fact her breasts were much larger than the majority of girls her age, Bulma's mind raced to come up with a plan to sway Vahn's favor. He had already expressed an interest in her, so, ideally, she just needed to give him a few small pushes to shift his attention from Sarina to herself. Shaking such thoughts from her mind, Bulma bit the nail of her right thumb as she muttered, "No, that won't work. Even if he looks like a normal, albeit attractive human male, Vahn is ultimately a god. If he really has lived for billions of years, there's no way he will just abandon one of his lovers to be with someone else." Though she was supremely confident in her intelligence and beauty, Bulma wasn't vain enough to think Vahn would simply abandon the person he descended to Earth to train. There was also a very real possibility he would see through her intentions the moment she attempted to turn him against Sarina. If that happened, Bulma wagered he would either distance himself from her or simply regard her as another, inconsequential human being. Damn it. Realizing her only hope was to convince Sarina to leave Vahn, Bulma couldn't help cursing under her breath. She had barely even known Vahn for 24 hours and it was already impossible for her to regard him as anything less than perfect. If he were her boyfriend, there was no way in hell she would leave him for someone else. She might if he completely ignored her, but, seeing as how he was willing to descend to Earth on Sarina's whim, it was pretty obvious Vahn didn't ignore his women. Recalling the fact that Sarina had introduced herself as one of Vahn's lovers, the realization that he had other women suddenly crossed Bulma's mind. It would certainly explain why he was so open to her visiting his room despite the fact Sarina was already there. As a god that had lived for billions of years, he probably had dozens, if not hundreds of wives awaiting his return in some higher plane of existence. Oh, great. I finally find someone worthy enough to be my boyfriend and there's a possibility he has enough wives to populate a small city. It's not quite to that point. You Tilda. Hearing Vahn's voice coming from beside her, Bulma issued a high-pitched scream before nearly falling out of her beach chair. This was prevented by Vahn, who, afterward, held out a glass of iced tea, asking, "You okay?" "I didn't mean to startle you." Though Bulma ultimately accepted the offering, it wasn't before she remarked, as if "Don't think I haven't caught on to your little game, Buster. You really enjoy teasing people, don't you?" Shrugging his shoulders, Vahn neither confirmed nor denied Bulma's accusations as he went on to explain, "You're right about the existence of my harem. However, so long as I'm here in this world, you can rest assured that they will never make an appearance. If you ever do meet them, it will be because you've ascended to godhood or agreed to come with me when I return. As for when that will be, I'm not entirely sure. At the very least, I will probably stay here for 30-odd years. I could also stick around until you die of natural causes, but, even if we never become a thing, that isn't too likely to occur. I take care of my friends and family. We might never become the latter, but I'd like it if we were to remain friends for the duration of my stay." Furrowing her brows, Bulma's various trains of thought briefly ground to a halt as she asked, "Are you trying to friend-zone me?" Shaking his head, Vahn's expression softened as he said, "I'm just being honest with you. I don't want you to feel pressured to make a decision just because you think time is limited. While that may be the case, 30 years is a long time from the perspective of humans. Take your time and decide for yourself the path you wish to walk. So long as you don't ask me to mind control people or give you the power to destroy galaxies with a sneeze, I'll always be here to lend an ear." Though she was tempted to point out he had mentioned only being around for 30 years, Bulma decided against correcting Vahn's statement. She was far more focused on the fact he was basically telling her he would grant her wishes even if she didn't choose to become one of his many lovers. If that were true, there must be a reason he was indirectly pushing her to continue the search for the Dragon Balls. Looking past Vahn, Bulma could see Goku laughing boisterously in the middle of a now-destroyed sandcastle. She also recalled that Vahn had previously shown off his tail, yet, despite wearing a pair of loose-fitting swim trunks, it was currently nowhere to be seen. This, combined with the things he had said during his conversation with Roshi, had begun to paint a clear picture within her mind. This wasn't her journey, it was Goku's. Taking advantage of the fact that Vahn apparently couldn't lie, Bulma's expression formed into a pout as she asked, "If I asked you to take me back to West City, would you continue searching for the Dragon Balls?" Even without Vahn answering directly, Bulma knew the answer the moment a wry smile developed across his face. A surprisingly painful feeling spread through her chest, and, for a brief moment, she almost felt as though she was about to begin hyperventilating. Before she could, Vahn placed his hand on her back, a notably bewildered expression on his face as he stated, "I think you may have misunderstood something." Turning to face him, Bulma noticed a hint of concern in Vahn's eyes as he clarified, "I came here to train Sarina. While you and Goku are instrumental to this world's survival, it was never my intention to control, manipulate, or dictate your lives. I am here as more of an observer than an actual actor. I will invariably take action when I see fit, but this is ultimately your world. Your life. What you choose to do with it is ultimately up to you." Though it wasn't the answer she wanted, Bulma wasn't too surprised by Vahn's words. If he tried to convince her he had come to Earth specifically for her, she wouldn't have believed him. He had also gone on the record to reveal the purpose behind his visit on no less than 3 separate occasions, so it would be strange for him to change his tone just to make her feel better. Realizing that Vahn didn't truly care about this world or the people in it, countless thoughts began to form in Bulma's mind. His words and actions implied that things were going to get pretty hectic if she and Goku were somehow instrumental to the world's survival. His interactions with Roshi also supported this notion, so, after a moment of deliberation, a serious glimmer flashed across Bulma's eyes as she asked, "Will you marry me?" I/N, alternate titles, Drama Squad, assemble. Bulma is, unsurprisingly, very smart. Well, that escalated quickly. Chapter 15, Compromise. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Snorting in response to Vahn's words, Bulma crossed her arms in a manner that made her bikini top noticeably slacken as she retorted, "You also mentioned 30 years, twice, made allusions to beings with the power to erase entire galaxies, and directly stated that Goku and I were instrumental to the world's survival. 30 years may be a fair amount of time, but, based on your words and actions, it might as well be a time limit." Realizing he might have revealed a little too much information, a wry smile developed across Vahn's face as he sincerely stated, "You truly are a brilliant woman." With a haughty smile on her face, Bulma raised her head in a proud manner as she said, "Well, I am the greatest inventor in the world. Give me the chance to study alien technologies and it's only a matter of time before I become the greatest in the universe." As the Bulma he was familiar with had gone on to create things like interdimensional time machines and radars capable of detecting energy throughout the universe, Vahn didn't doubt her claim. If she had been a bit more ambitious, she could have easily risen to the level of Da Vinci. Whether or not she could surpass her was an entirely separate matter. While your words are remarkably on point, They don't really explain your sudden interest in getting married. Unless I'm mistaken, shouldn't you be against the idea of settling down? Though Vahn's words revealed that he knew more about her than he had initially let on, that wasn't the thing Bulma focused on. She had decades to figure out where he came from and how he knew the things he did. For now, there were far more pressing matters at hand. With that in mind, she did her best to calm the beating of her heart as she explained. The comment you made regarding your wives and their inability to intervene in this world implies you only recently arrived here. You don't strike me as the type to ignore your lovers, so that must mean they exist in a place where time flows separately from our own. That, combined with your complete lack of inhibitions, leads me to believe it's only a matter of time before you set your sights on other women. I'm already at a disadvantage due to your pre-existing relationship with Sarina. I'll be damned if I'm going to play second fiddle to any other girls you encounter during your stay, leaving out our intentions to monopolize, or, at the very least, take advantage of Vahn's knowledge and power. Bulma laid everything else on the table. She might not be able to do anything about Sarina, but, just as the latter was able to threaten her with the notion of convincing Vahn to leave, Bulma was confident she could anchor him to the planet and prevent people she didn't approve of from trying to claim him. If there was going to be a pecking order, she was going to do everything in her power to remain at the top. Understanding that Bulma was serious, the expression on Vahn's face changed to match. Instead of agreeing to marry her, however, he noted, "You're currently 16 years old and still in senior high school. While it might be legal for girls as young as 16 to get married, proposing to a man you just met is extremely rash. I understand your reasons, but they don't really justify charging headfirst into marriage." Seeing the look on Bulma's face turn remarkably sour, the edges of Vahn's lips curled into a smile as he added, "Don't be so quick to anger. I'm not actually refusing to marry you. I'm just asking you to be patient and properly consider your options. Marriage is a pretty big deal, even more so when the other party is a god. Wouldn't you rather get to know me first?" Deciding to make things transparently clear, Bulma maintained an angry expression as she said, "I don't want to become just another flower in your bouquet. If my assertions are correct, you've only just arrived in this world. In spite of that, you've been flirting with me since the moment we met. If I don't put a leash on you, it's only a matter of time before I have to wait in line just to see you. If we get married, I can at least have a say in the order." Furrowing his brows, a feeling of guilt swelled within Vahn's chest as he tried to view the situation from Bulma's perspective. He still believed she was being rash, but, at the same time, she was also thinking years, perhaps even decades ahead. She had also hit the nail on the head in regards to his character. There may only be a handful of female characters that came to mind when he referenced the information stored in his memories, but, as this was no longer a fictional universe, there was a very real chance he would encounter someone outside the original cast that garnered his attention. Not wanting to ruin the burgeoning relationship he was building with the beautiful brunette, Vahn decided that the best course of action was to compromise. With that in mind, he proposed, "How about this? With the obvious exception of Sarina, I promise not to become romantically entangled with any other women for the next 5, make that 10 years. 26 is still pretty young to get married." Though she was more than a little surprised by Vahn's offer, Bulma was a haggler to the very core of her being. If he was willing to cut a deal, she was going to make sure it favored her as much as possible. With that in mind, she immediately proposed a counteroffer, stating, "Fine, I don't mind taking things slow. However, so long as I don't officially break things off, you have to tell everyone we're engaged. I also want you to promise me that you won't go off philandering if I somehow end up pregnant and carrying the child to term. I'm willing to make an exception for Sarina, but I expect you to behave like a proper father around our children." Yeah, she really is thinking ahead. I imagine she'll have a 30-year plan drafted by the end of the week at this rate. Well, she is one of the smartest people in her reality. You're lucky you met her when she was still in her rebellious and somewhat delusional phase. If your first encounter had been near the start of the Saiyan saga, she might have tried to impregnate herself in vitro. Smiling wryly in response to Sis's remark, Vahn briefly contemplated Bulma's counteroffer before nodding his head and saying, I will agree on the condition you accept there might be extenuating circumstances that force us to reconsider these terms. As a god, my promises serve as a powerful, binding contract. Though the odds of anything amiss occurring are slim, it's best to leave ourselves a bit of wiggle room. To that end, I propose we renegotiate terms at the end of every year starting from the 5th. As Vahn clearly understood the inner workings of being a god better than she did, Bulma decided against accusing him of scheming to leave her using the pretense of renegotiating the terms of their relationship. 5 years was more than enough time to get a better grasp of his character, so, even if things weren't going particularly well between them, she should be able to leverage things in her favor. She didn't know if the gods had something like child support, but Vahn's reference to her world's laws implied there were certain statutes he respected. Confident that she could convince Vahn to care about the world within the span of 5 years, a playfully seductive smile developed across Bulma's face as she leaned forward, further accenting her breasts as she answered, "I accept." In a sultry tone. Returning a smile of his own, Vahn thoroughly shattered Bulma's illusion of bravado by leaning in to give her a kiss. She hadn't expected him to just go for it, so, even after he pulled away to get a look at her face, Bulma's mind was still processing the sudden yet casual intimacy. Amused by Bulma's reaction, Vahn's smile promptly developed the telltale signs of a teasing grin as he asked, "Why the confused look?" "We're engaged to be wed." Kissing is just the tip of a very large iceberg. Without waiting for Bulma's response, Vahn planted another chaste kiss on her lips before pulling away to add, "This conversation went on a lot longer than I expected. If you'd like to continue, feel free to stop by my room this evening. I'll give you a glimpse of what lies beneath the surface." Punctuating his words by gently squeezing Bulma's thigh, Vahn promptly hightailed it before the befuddled brunette could explode. His departure served as a pretty good catalyst for this, as, the moment he tried to scamper away, she shouted, "You scoundrel!" before throwing the remnants of her iced tea at his back. Dot. 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 Having paid close attention to Vahn's conversation with Bulma, a certain pink-skinned goddess of time couldn't help peering a few years into the future. She might not be able to locate Vahn at any point beyond the present, but she should still be able to observe the ripples his presence caused on the timeline. Though she didn't find anything interesting or meaningful during the 10 years covered by Vahn's promise, things changed rather drastically in the years that followed. Starting with the arrival of Raditz, Earth was jeopardized or destroyed on no less than 6 separate occasions. It even became the center of conflict for numerous galactic, intergalactic, and universal threats despite being located in one of the most backwater regions of the entire universe. I see why he would choose to show up in such a place. If Earth's defenders fail, the entire universe will be destroyed. Unfortunately, that doesn't really explain where he came from. As an anomalous existence whose every action irreversibly influenced the timeline he was a part of, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Vahn was one of the most fascinating and threatening entities in the multiverse. He had literally only existed for a few hours, yet, in spite of this, the flow of time in every universe had been affected in such a subtle yet comprehensive manner that even she, a being that existed outside the standard axis of time, couldn't identify the changes. Furrowing her brows, a pout appeared on the pink-skinned Kai's face as she struggled to think of a solution. If Vahn was evil or proactively attempting to change things, she could always petition Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, to deal with him. Instead, Vahn presented himself as a kind-hearted yet mischievous ladies' man. As for his attestations about being a god, she wasn't quite sure what to make of them. He clearly wasn't a Kai, yet, even if she attempted a detailed scan of his physical and spiritual bodies, the results came back inconclusive. With her long, elf-like ears twitching in frustration, the pink-skinned Kai crossed her arms beneath her more than ample bosom before issuing an annoyed groan. She really wished the Grand Priest would allow her to have an assistant to help resolve situations like this. It would certainly make her job a lot easier. But, understanding the danger of allowing outsiders in the time next, she couldn't really complain. Well, she could, It just wouldn't solve anything. Maybe I should just retire? I'm nearly 100 million years old. Even the youngest Kai from my generation has already returned to the garden. Why am I the only one expected to wait around till the literal destruction of the universe? Though she was well aware of the reason, speaking aloud and complaining were two of the only things keeping the supreme Kai of time sane. It might not solve anything, but it did make her feel better. I/N, alternate titles, is this a proposal or a business transaction? Apostrophe comma that iceberg extends to the bottom of the ocean. Comma don't let Vahn catch those ears wiggling. Chapter 16, Planning Ahead. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fortunately, Vahn was far from the wolf-like man Bulma assumed all guys to be. He did stop by to check on her, but, instead of insisting she let him in, he brought her a cup of hot cocoa and asked if she was okay. After she assured him she was, he gave her a gentle and chaste kiss on the forehead before wishing her peaceful dreams. When Vahn first left her alone, Bulma was a little annoyed with him. She knew he would be going to spend time with Sarina, so, despite being the reason they weren't sharing the same bed, she placed most of the blame on him. For this reason, Bulma was more than a little surprised when she woke up the next morning feeling completely refreshed. She didn't even remember falling asleep the night before. All she recalled was taking a bath and getting in bed. Though she suspected Vahn had done something, a quick perusal of the security tapes showed that she had simply fallen asleep moments after hitting her bed. Thus, after a quick scan of the cup Vahn had brought to her the previous night, Bulma accepted that, even if he had done something to help her sleep, there hadn't been any malicious intentions behind his actions. Comforted by the lack of evidence, Bulma took a quick shower before commencing her hour-long ritual to find a suitable outfit and hairstyle. She hated wearing the same outfit twice, and, thanks to one of her inventions, she could adjust the length of her hair whenever she wanted. Thus, unless the situation didn't allow it, she made sure to change her hair and clothing every single day. It was during this process that Bulma discovered a tiny, subtly luminescent golden ring balanced atop the faucet of her bathroom sink. This confused her at first, but, seeing her name engraved in a peculiar form of cursive along the interior, Bulma's heart skipped several beats as the notion that it was an engagement ring crossed her mind. Instead, it was something even better, as, shortly after putting it on, Bulma's eyes went out of focus as a three-dimensional projection of her current form appeared in her mind. Realizing what the ring was, Bulma spent what felt like 2 hours cycling through the options in their requip system only to discover that seconds had passed in the outside world. Upon realizing this, the smile on her face became so wide that it threatened to tear at the muscles of her face. After all, as much as she enjoyed choosing outfits and styling her hair, it was an extremely tedious and time-consuming affair. Now, even if she spent 10 times as long picking out the perfect outfit, she would never be pressed for time. Feeling adventurous, or, at the very least, emboldened, Bulma selected a pair of lacy white lingerie on the off chance that something happened later on. Over that, she wore a pair of form-fitting tan hot pants, as, even after a mere 2 days, she had already noticed Vahn's obsessions with butts. She hadn't caught him sneaking a glance at her breasts even once, yet, the moment she wore a pair of form-fitting shorts, he ended up copping a feel the first chance he got. Completing her outfit, Bulma wore a simple white t-shirt with her name embossed over the breasts. Then, after checking herself in both the mirror and her mind, she donned the flight jacket Vahn had given her the previous day. It was, technically speaking, the first gift she had ever received. Her dad usually just gave her a credit card to buy whatever she wanted on her birthdays, so, while she would never complain about receiving money, Bulma would be lying if she said it didn't bother her. Donning the remarkably comfortable jacket, a smile developed across Bulma's face as she checked herself in the mirror one last time. Then, believing Vahn was already up and working on breakfast, Bulma departed her capsule home before following the fragrant aroma of breakfast sausage and baked goods to the kitchen. Sensing Bulma's arrival, Vahn briefly inspected her aura to determine which side of the bed she had awoken on. Pink, yellow, and azure blue was a good sign, So, after adjusting the flow of time within the oven, instantaneously completing the baking process, he emerged from the kitchen with a tray of souffles and a relaxed smile, saying, "Good morning, Palma. You're looking especially radiant this morning. Sleep well?" Though she briefly glanced towards Sarina and Goku, a smile developed across Bulma's face as she retorted, "Yeah? I wonder if a certain someone had something to do with that." Shifting her attention to Vahn, Bulma's expression became visibly amused as she noticed his smile cramping. Instead of pressing further, however, she took a seat on the opposite side of Goku before asking, "So, what's the plan?" "I may no longer have an interest in the Dragon Balls, but I'm willing to see this journey through to the end. Just keep in mind that I need to be home before October. My school starts up on the 2nd. Though he was unsurprised by Bulma's words, Vahn's mind briefly stalled at the notion that Bulma was the first student he had ever dated. She would literally be attending senior high for 6 days a week, and, due to her electives and club activities, she would be leaving around 6 a.m. and returning at around 5-6 p.m. every single day. If she decided to attend college after graduation, they would be spending more than half the day apart. "What's the matter?" Noticing Vahn's not-so-subtle pause, Bulma couldn't help wondering what was on his mind. In the end, she almost wished she hadn't asked, as she had no idea how to react when he answered, "I just realized we won't be able to spend that much time together while you're away at school," in a soft, melancholic tone of voice. Unfortunately for Bulma, she and Vahn weren't the only two at the table. Thus, long before she was able to get her own thoughts in order, Sarina chimed in to say, "If it bothers you that much, you can always enroll as a student or a professor. I'm also interested in school, so I wouldn't mind attending for a year or two before focusing on my training." As most of her favorite animes and mangas revolved around protagonists in middle or high school, Sarina would be lying if she said she wasn't interested in attending. 2 of her top 3 choices for Actualized worlds would have involved enrolling as a student. So, now that the subject of schooling had presented itself, she figured she might as well give it a shot. Having acted as both a headmaster and a teacher in the past, the notion of becoming a student actually intrigued Vahn quite a bit. It was one of the things he had most been looking forward to during the year-long intermission when he was waiting to reincarnate. That changed pretty quickly once he found himself in the netherworld, but, deep down, the desire to attend school still existed in the depths of his subconscious. The only reason he hadn't tried it out in an actualized world was his fear that every female student in his class, teachers included, would invariably imprint on him. Now that he had his promise with Bulma as insurance, Vahn was confident he could attend school without too much trouble. The real question was whether or not he should become a teacher or a student. Interrupting Vahn's train of thought, Bulma slammed the table with both hands as she stood up and shouted, "No way! I can't have my fiancé attending the same school as me. Teacher or student, it makes no difference. The moment people find out we're engaged, every hussy within West City will be trying to get their grimy little hands on you just to spite me." Though she made an earnest effort to fit in, Bulma had made quite a number of enemies over the years. People were supremely jealous of her beauty, wealth, and intellect. It was one of the reasons she had never been able to get a boyfriend. Everyone around her saw her as a means to an end, an easy way to make all their dreams come true without any real effort. Men viewed her as a trophy or an object of conquest, while women, despite putting on polite airs and praising her in public, spread all kinds of negative rumors behind her back. When she tried exposing them using information she collected online and using private investigators, she, the person they were actively victimizing, was somehow seen as the bad guy. Surprised by Bulma's outburst, any desire Vahn had to attend school was temporarily quashed as he softly replied, "It's okay, Bulma. In case you've forgotten, I'm not exactly a normal person. You don't have to worry about me breaking my promise. Besides, Sarina was just making a suggestion. Even if I were to attend school, it wouldn't without first discussing it with you." Relieved by Vahn's words, Bulma returned to her seat with a plop. A wave of guilt promptly washed over her, but, as the notion of attending school with her godly fiancé was a little too much, She was glad Vahn was willing to compromise. She might be able to tolerate Sarina, but there was no way in hell she would be okay with her classmates vying for Vahn's attention. This had very little to do with him. She just didn't trust other women. I can probably pull some strings to get Sarina enrolled once we return to West City. As for you, I'll talk to my father about getting you set up in our mansion. He generally lets me do whatever I want, so I can't imagine him refusing to let you stay once you demonstrate your abilities. Sarina and Goku can obviously stay as well, though the idea of putting up one of her fiancé's mistresses made her uncomfortable. Bulma knew she couldn't simply pretend Sarina didn't exist. If she tried, Vahn would find someplace else to stay. After all, he could literally create entire buildings out of thin air. Heck, he could probably plop down a mansion on the moon or some distant planet she had never even heard of. Thus, even she wasn't enthused by the notion. She had no choice but to accept Sarina into her home. Understanding that Bulma was basically treating her as an afterthought, the expression on Sarina's face morphed from a happy, moderately enthusiastic smile to an understandably hostile look. She was more than willing to accept Bulma as her sister, so she couldn't understand why the latter was so mean. It's not like she was the interloper in this scenario. Fortunately, Vahn wasn't going to just let Bulma's behavior slide. Sarina was the entire reason he had come to the actualized world of Dragon Ball. So, in response to Bulma's words, he said, "I'll most likely set up a residence in the countryside. I've never been particularly fond of large cities, and, as much as I appreciate your offer, my original purpose for visiting this world hasn't changed. I'm here to train Sarina. Doing so within the city limits is impossible." As it wasn't particularly difficult to see through Bulma's intentions, Vahn intended to do everything in his power to make sure she never had the excuse that Sarina was some kind of add-on leeching off her assets. If they were going to make things work, Bulma was going to need to change the way she thought about others. This would invariably occur the moment they had sex, but, until then, the tensions between her and Sarina were bound to increase. "Looks like I'll need to seize the initiative on this one. You do have a reputation for breaking prideful women. I/N, alternate titles. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Sarina's other choices were Naruto and Bleach. She likes the classics that Vahn enjoyed as a kid. Soon enough, Bulma will be grateful for Sarina's presence. XD. Chapter 17, Sarina Takes Charge. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. With Sarina setting a pace of around 440 km per hour, it only took 2 hours for the group to reach the outskirts of Aru village. Like many other frontier villages, Aru was comprised almost entirely of capsule houses. The people of Earth had nearly been wiped out 300 years prior, so, with the exception of the 4 cardinal cities, literally referred to as North, East, South, and West City, the rest of the world was populated by small villages that were entirely dependent on the technologies developed by Capsule Corporation. What distinguished Aru from other villages, other than its remote location in the mountains, was the fact that there wasn't a single person to be seen. It was like a ghost town, and, if not for his foreknowledge of the canon and his ability to sense auras, Vahn might have assumed it was. Using the external speakers of the Imperial Dragon, Bulma took it upon herself to explain, "My scanners are detecting a total of 163 people. They appear to be hiding indoors." Resisting the urge to point out that was obviously the case, Vahn just nodded before shifting his attention to Sarina and Goku, saying, "You're up. I don't mind offering advice if you need it, but I'll leave handling this situation to you." Since Bulma had clearly lost interest in searching for the Dragon Balls, Vahn didn't insist that she step out of the Imperial Dragon. She was much safer on the inside, and, so long as she was paying attention, she would actually be able to provide support without having to raise a finger. After all, even with its long-range sensors deactivated, an Imperial Dragon could easily map everything within 1,000 kilometers of its position. This included underground. Nodding their heads in understanding, Sarina and Goku made their way into the village as Vahn jumped up to the shoulder of the Imperial Dragon and made himself comfortable. This prompted Bulma to open the cockpit, a cheeky grin on her face as she said, "There's plenty of room. Why don't you come inside?" Shaking his head, Vahn maintained a relaxed expression as he said, "Pay attention. You may have lost interest in this journey, but Sarina and Goku are relying on you to provide overwatch. If you're not going to take that duty seriously, I'll have to confiscate your Imperial Dragon." Having developed a fondness for the nearly organic-looking dragon mecha, Bulma wasn't at all enthused by the prospect of having to give it up. The autonomous neural interface made it handle like a dream, and, though they had been deactivated, the cannons lining its body gave it an appeal that made her heart flutter. Most importantly, it looked badass. Not wanting to lose her brand new toy, an exasperated sigh escaped from Bulma's mouth as she eased back into the cockpit and grumbled, "Your loss," in a defiant yet acquiescent tone. In response, Vahn just smiled before closing his eyes and linking his senses with the Imperial Dragon's sensors. Dot. 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 Though she didn't know where she was going, Sarina's familiarity with Dragon Ball allowed her to find her target, a house with the name Sherman Priest posted on the door, without too much fuss. "This is the place, Goku. Let's try knocking." Nodding his head in affirmation, Goku answered, "Okay, Sarina," before walking up to the door and pounding on it with enough force to shake the frame. In spite of this, no one came to answer the door, so, with a tightened fist, Goku attempted to punch it open. Fortunately for the priest family, Sarina promptly stepped in to grab Goku's hand, saying, "You shouldn't destroy other people's property," before knocking a second time and softly calling out, "Hello, my name is Sarina. My friends and I heard a rumor about the trouble you're facing and came to help out." Sensing movement within the building, Sarina adopted her best smile as a bespectacled man with dark hair, a thick mustache, and a receding hairline peeked out at her from the crack of a nearby window. Though he didn't come outside, the man was courteous enough to advise, "Young lady, you shouldn't be here. If that terrible monster, Oolong, finds out you came to help us, he'll whisk you away to his mansion never to be seen or heard from again. He's already kidnapped 3 of the village's young girls. Please, leave before it's too late." Shaking her head, Sarina maintained a disarming smile as she explained, "We came here to help. We're not going to simply abandon you because it's a little dangerous. Besides, there is someone in your village who possesses something we're searching for." We were hoping that she would be willing to part with it in exchange for getting rid of this Oolong fellow. Realizing that Sarina wasn't going to give up, the middle-aged man released a sigh before opening the door to his house and asking, "What is it you're searching for?" "If it isn't anything important, I'm certain I can convince whoever owns it to give it to you. After that, please leave and inform the military about what's happening here. We've tried sending out a distress call but there's something jamming the signal." Doing her best to maintain her smile in spite of the fact the man was clearly looking down on her, Sarina said, "Don't worry. I might not look like it but I'm one of the strongest martial artists in the world. I can even knock out dinosaurs with a single punch. A coward who uses magic to terrorize normal people doesn't stand a chance." Raising his brows, the balding man gave Sarina a once-over, his eyes briefly lingering on her rather ample bosom before removing his glasses and pretending to clean them as he said, "If what you say is true, there's no reason for our village to refuse you." After cleaning the non-existent dust from his glasses, the middle-aged man returned them to his face only to find Sarina staring at him with a forced, visibly twitched smile. Fortunately, as much as she wanted to punch him in the face for daring to stare at her breasts, Sarina knew he wasn't entirely to blame for the mishap. She did, after all, elect to wear clothes that showed off a fair amount of cleavage. Dot. 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 Following the awkward mishap, the middle-aged man, Sherman Priest, introduced Sarina and Goku to his daughter, Pokawatha. She was an adorable little girl, who, despite possessing fair white skin, dressed in a manner reminiscent of Native Americans. Sarina didn't know this, but, as Vahn was well aware of the cultures of innumerable Earths, he could tell that the village of Varu was an amalgamation of cowboy and Native American cultures. Unsurprisingly, Sherman went on to reveal that Pokawatha was Oolong's next target. Unlike the other young girls he had kidnapped, however, Oolong was intending to make Pokawatha his wife. If that wasn't bad enough, Pokawatha was currently only 10 years old, and, According to Sherman, she wasn't even the youngest girl Oolong had targeted. Though she knew Oolong was part of the original cast and would eventually become one of the good guys, Sarina couldn't help feeling disgusted. He had accumulated a small fortune by tricking and tormenting the surrounding villages. They had even built a mansion to pacify him, yet, instead of quitting while he was ahead, Oolong decided to kidnap their children with the intention of rearing them into his future wives. While Oolong was technically only 9 years old, it didn't excuse his behavior, as animal-type Earthlings matured a lot faster than humans. The original series also presented him as an irredeemable pervert, so, while Sarina knew Oolong wasn't a truly terrible person, it was hard for her to forgive him. Had Goku and Bulma not thwarted his plans, he would have continued tormenting the surrounding villages, kidnapping their children, and rearing preteens to be his future wives and concubines. In other words, the only reason he wasn't as evil as he could have been was because he had been stopped before he could fully implement his plans. Don't worry, Mr. Priest. The next time Oolong shows up, you can rest assured we'll give him a beating. In exchange, please ask the people of Aru if they've seen a ball that looks identical to this one. If I'm not mistaken, it should be in the hands of the Poser family. Raising his brows, Sherman noted, You must mean Granny Poser. She lives near the edge of the village, but it's only a short walk from here. If you lend me that ball, I'll run over and ask if she has the other." Since the ball in her hand was actually a prop Vahn had purchased to throw off a certain trio, Sarina had no qualms about entrusting it to Sherman. Then, in exchange for him going to talk with Granny Poser, she and Goku watched over Pokawatha while the latter did her best to boil water for tea. The village wasn't connected to any of the major electrical grids, so, ever since Oolong destroyed most of their generators, the villagers were left with little choice but to boil water using wood stoves. Seeing how hard the young girl had to work, Sarina was reminded of what it was like to live in the little garden before Vahn's arrival. Her life had changed rather drastically since then, but, even now, she could vividly recall what it was like to starve for weeks on end with nothing but water to sustain her. With Goku keeping Pokawatha busy, Sarina decided to excuse herself for a brief moment so she could contact Vahn. She couldn't stand to see the people of Aru village living like this, so, even if it was just repairing their generators, she wanted to help. What Sarina didn't know was that Vahn had already started helping from the moment of their arrival. It took virtually no effort for him to repair the damaged generators, and, as an added bonus, he even filled the village's storehouses with a variety of goods to help them recover. Instead of telling her this, Vahn simply agreed to Sarina's proposal before making a show of bringing out a few capsules filled with food and water. This was enough to entice most of the villagers out of their homes, as, for the last couple of months, they had been struggled just to get by. When the first rivals learned that the food and water were free, news quickly spread through the entire village. Shortly after that, Granny Poser readily parted with her Dragon Ball, as, even without dealing with Oolong, they had effectively saved the village. Ridding them of the pig menace would simply be the icing on the cake. Unaware of the nightmare that was awaiting him in Aru village, Oolong, a short and stout pig man with a height of 121 centimeters, was currently experiencing a completely different nightmare. The village girls he had kidnapped, despite being between the ages of 9 and 13, had stopped fearing him the moment he revealed his true form. One was even threatening to expose how weak he was if he didn't buy her all kinds of expensive clothes and accessories. So, despite wanting to retire, he was forced to continue playing the part of a tyrannical monster just to prevent his secret from getting out. Simply put, Oolong had dug himself into a hole he didn't know how to escape. Rather than being in charge and carefully grooming the kidnapped girls into his desired brides, he was basically their servant. Pokawatha was his last chance to be happy, as, despite being 10 years old, she was a very kind and caring girl. She had even helped him before his reign as Oolong the Terrible. So, after kidnapping her, he was planning to run away from his mansion and start a new life someplace far away. He had even purchased a luxurious house car in preparation for their escape. Now, he just needed to kidnap her and escape far enough that, Even if she did threaten to turn against him, she wouldn't be able to tell anyone of importance about his true identity. I/N, alternate titles, Imperial Dragon, Vahn be like, I'm 7 parallel universes ahead of you. Oolong really is kind of a monster. Chapter 18, Judgment. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In an effort to make herself useful, Bulma ended up posting up in the middle of the village with the Imperial Dragon. Goku, behaving like the child he was, joined a group of village children to play games like tag and hide and seek. He also got along surprisingly well with Pokawathu and several other village girls, so, once night had fallen, he ended up staying over at the priest residence while Vahn, Sarina, and Bulma slept in a warehouse intended to conceal the Imperial Dragon. Bulma still wasn't ready to make the leap from fiancé to lover, so, even though Vahn invited her to join them, she ended up refusing before spending half the night attempting to take apart the Imperial Dragon. Vahn had informed her this was impossible, as, unlike lesser advanced mechs, the Imperial Dragons were specifically designed never to be taken apart. As one of Da Vinci's most advanced creations, even a decommissioned Imperial Dragon possessed technology that would fundamentally alter the course of history. The Dragon Heart engine not only emulated an actual Dragon Heart, but, thanks to the breakthroughs she had made in her analysis of Maxwell's demon, they were able to convert that energy into innumerable different types. With an energy reading showing the standard output of a Dragon Heart engine to be around 100 million units of power, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that a single Imperial Dragon could provide energy to an entire planet. Since this was only the tip of a very large iceberg, the only modifications that could be made to an Imperial Dragon were their auxiliary weapons systems. The chassis and all the important internals all existed behind a layer of biomechanical armor that had been grown after its construction. In other words, there weren't any nuts, bolts, or material welds to use as a reference point for disassembly. It could also survive crashing into a neutron star without sustaining critical damage, so, even if Bulma sat with a plasma cutter for days, she wouldn't be able to penetrate even a single micron of its faux dragon scales. In the end, Bulma ended up spending the night in the Imperial Dragon's cockpit. When Vahn went to wake her up the following morning, he found her drooling against the analog controls with a silly smile on her face, as, despite her rather cold behavior from the previous night, she still had peaceful dreams thanks to the calming aura Vahn had used to envelop the entire village. Waking to the smell of coffee tickling her nose, Bulma was more than a little surprised to find Vahn standing in the open cockpit. She had made sure to secure it the previous night, but, considering it was something he had lent to her, it wasn't too surprising that he would possess the means to open it at his leisure. No. The thing that had surprised her wasn't the fact that Vahn had managed to open the hatch. It was the fact he was, quite literally, standing in the air. Good morning, sunshine. Breakfast is waiting in the break room. Recovering from her momentary stupor, Bulma accepted the proffered cup of coffee before taking several large gulps. She was a bit of a caffeine addict, and, thanks to an enchantment on the mug, the contents were always at the perfect temperature for drinking. This was yet another technology she intended to steal, as, even if Vahn called it magic, Bulma was absolutely certain she'd figure it out, reverse engineer it, and recreate it through science. Exhaling a contented sigh, Bulma returned the emptied mug to Vahn, saying, "This thing may pilot like a dream, but it's a mechanic's worst nightmare. Even the cockpit doesn't have any seams. How'd your people manage to pull something like this off?" Accepting the cup, Vahn promptly placed it into his inventory before offering his hand to Bulma and revealing, the outer layers were essentially grown from the inside out using a highly advanced form of biomechanical nanites. You might find this difficult to believe, but, a few hundred years ago, I ended up exterminating an invasive pantheon of gods comprised almost entirely of biomechanical components. The technology used to produce the Imperial Dragon's exoskeleton is templated from the ships they used to escape from their destroyed universe. Though it sounded like something her sister might write in her science fiction novels, Bulma didn't question the integrity of Vahn's claims. Instead, She focused on the most important matter at hand, grasping Vahn's as she asked, "Any chance I can get a look at the schematics to produce something similar?" Drawing Bulma into a princess carry, Vahn casually descended to the ground floor of the workshop before answering, "That honestly depends on you. It is against my beliefs to bequeath unto people power they haven't earned. So long as you work your way up from the basics, building a dragon of your own isn't outside the realm of possibility. Just keep in mind that you might not even need one by that point, as developing an imperial dragon took an advanced understanding of magic and science. Creating one would require a person to vastly exceed the standards of a grandmaster. Da Vinci was a literal god by the time she started production on the Proto-Clarent, the first-generation imperial dragon designed exclusively as an escort for the imperial armada. Undaunted by Vahn's words, Bulma retorted, "Don't look down on me. If someone else is able to build something, it's only a matter of time before I develop something even more advanced. Just you wait and see." Rather than refuting Bulma's words, Vahn just returned a smile before setting her on the ground and saying, "Once you've finished senior high, I'll be sure to provide you with the requisite texts. I don't want them distracting you or disseminating out to the public, however, so you'll be limited to reading them in the library I intend to construct." Understanding how dangerous such information could be if it was presented to the public, Bulma just shrugged her shoulders in a dismissive manner. Her father had literally taught her how to store information within her mind so she would never have to save blueprints to any hard storage media. After all, the number of people coveting Capsule Corp's technology may as well rival the number of people on the planet. After a thankfully uneventful breakfast, Vahn and Bulma set up Overwatch on a nearby mountain while Sarina went to meet up with Goku. They had already discussed how to deal with Oolong the previous night, so now they just had to wait for him to appear. As for why they hadn't simply gone to rescue the girls the previous night, Sarina wasn't all that concerned about their safety. None of the girls were in any actual danger. In fact, one of them was even proactively promoting Oolong's tyranny by advocating for the existence of a tax tribute system. In the end, Sarina came to the conclusion that Oolong simply couldn't be allowed to get away with everything he had done. He had been tormenting the people in the surrounding villages for nearly 3 years. Prior to that, he had bullied the other students of the Southern Shape-Shifting Academy, a demon monster academy that had reluctantly agreed to take him in despite the fact he had been exiled from his village for kidnapping and confining a teacher. Unsurprisingly, Oolong was subsequently expelled from the Southern Shape-Shifting Academy after sneaking into one of his teachers' homes and raiding her panty drawer. Since then, he had made a name for himself as Oolong the Terrible by traveling around the countryside and using his relatively low-grade shape-shifting magic to trick them into believing he was some powerful monster. Instead, he was a coward who had exploited people his entire life, and, unless he was stopped, it was only a matter of time before he really hurt someone. Fortunately, one of the prerequisites for using shape-shifting magic was that there were restrictions to prevent you from actively harming someone. If you did, the magic would be broken, and, while it was possible to reapply the transformation, the duration would decrease with each successive use. Though most graduates from the Southern Shape-Shifting Academy could maintain their forms for hours on end without issue, Oolong's expulsion and subsequent behavior had led to him only being able to hold his transformations for 5 minutes. By the time of Dragon Ball Super, he couldn't even hold a transformation for 3 seconds. So, while the events of his life weren't documented up until that point, it was safe to assume he had misused his shape-shifting magic for personal gain. The plan Sarina had come up with was relatively simple. Goku would beat Oolong up. If he tried to run away, she would step in to prevent him from escaping. After they had captured him, he would be turned over to the villagers after having his magic completely sealed. If he wanted to regain his freedom, he would need to work hard and repay every single zenny he had stolen over the years. While some might argue that Oolong was just a harmless pervert, the number of people he had harmed over the years numbered in the hundreds. Being harmless didn't give you the leeway to sexually harass, assault, and even kidnap people. These were far from harmless behaviors. So, Just like anyone else who had committed a crime, Oolong would need to pay the price. Letting Oolong go free just because he was a member of the original cast was the same as giving him free rein to do whatever he wanted. Sarina also didn't want him anywhere near her, so, with the decision left squarely in her hands, Oolong would be spending the next 10 to 15 years working the surrounding land until the people of Aru had either forgiven him or accepted him as a member of their village. He also had the option of running away, but, with his magic sealed, fleeing through the dinosaur-infested countryside was nigh impossible. With the sun reaching its zenith and gradually descending towards the horizon, the peaceful aura of Aru village was disrupted by the sound of a distant tremor. Shortly thereafter, a monstrous red ogre the size of a building came crashing through the sign denoting the village's name. "Come to me, my beloved Pokawatha. Your darling husband has come to liberate you from this dirt hole of a village." Showing a complete lack of regard for the residents of Aru village, the monstrous red ogre mowed through one of the capsule houses as if it were made from brittle clay. The collapse nearly crushed an elderly man dressed as a cowboy. But, thanks to an instantaneous assist from Vahn, he was able to avoid any serious injuries. Seeing the giant ogre crashing through buildings, Sarina's temper soon reached a boiling point. As a result, she ended up shouting, "Goku! What are you waiting for?" in a somewhat shrill, thoroughly incensed tone. Leaping out the moment he heard Sarina's shout, Goku managed to catch the giant red ogre by surprise. Oolong had a power level of 2. This increased to 10 in his transformed state, but, due to the restrictions placed on the spell, it didn't really matter. In the series Vahn was familiar with, a 9-year-old kid had been able to injure him with a slingshot. Against Goku's power pole, he might as well be a pinata. Unable to react in time, the giant ogre ended up receiving a painful blow to the top of his head. This immediately broke his transformation. Thus, without any suspense whatsoever, the terrifying Oolong the Terrible, a monster that had plagued the countryside for years, had been defeated. I/N, alternate titles, DaVinciImba.com. Oolong really is terrible x_x.com. That's gonna leave a mark. Chapter 19, Control. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In spite of his words, Oolong was visibly shaking as he looked around to find himself surrounded by the people of Aru village. To make matters worse, he was currently bound in rope and confined in a steel birdcage. The former wasn't much of an issue, but, with his smallest form being that of a large bat, escaping through the pencil-thin holes in the birdcage was impossible. Destroying any hopes the diminutive pigman might have possessed, Sarina, standing closest to the birdcage, explained, "Your magic has been sealed. Give up, Oolong. Your reign of tyranny has come to an end." Though he was briefly distracted by Sarina's breasts, Oolong immediately came back to his senses when he heard her words, shouting, "What are you talking about? I have no idea who this Oolong person is. If you don't release me, I'll report you to the police and have you arrested." Deadpanning in response to the shameless pig's words and actions, any desire Sarina had to spare him promptly faded away. An uncharacteristically cold expression developed across her face, and, after a moment of silence, she dropped the proverbial guillotine on Oolong's neck by saying, "The entire village witnessed you transform from that red ogre to your current form. You also mentioned the name Oolong the moment you woke up. From now on, every time you attempt to lie your way out of this, 6 months will be added to your sentence." Observing the scene inside the village chief's house from within the model Tiamat, Bulma couldn't help remarking, "Wow. Stop me the next time I try to pick a fight with Sarina. That girl doesn't play around, does she?" Raising his brows, a skeptical look developed across Vahn's face as he flatly replied, "If it were that easy to prevent you from picking a fight, there wouldn't be any conflict between you. Sarina, deep down, is a kind and caring girl. I honestly don't understand your hatred toward her. After all, it's not like she's taken anything from you. Quite the opposite, actually." Frowning in response to Vahn's words, Bulma wanted to retort but found herself unable to. She had never been good at arguing against facts, so, Whenever Vahn presented her with an objectively true statement, she always found herself at a loss. In this instance, she knew precisely who was intruding on the other's relationship. Thus, even if she was more than a little annoyed by Vahn's words, Bulmer couldn't really say anything to refute them. "You're a real jerk sometimes." Shaking his head, Vahn maintained a relaxed smile as he retorted, I'm just honest." As much as that might annoy you at times like this, you'll come to appreciate it in the future. You never have to worry about me lying to you. Rather, the closer we become, the greater the truths you'll have access to. Inhaling a slow and steady breath through her nose, Bulmer punctuated it with an exasperated sigh before asking, "Once this search for the Dragon Balls has come to an end, how long will we have to prepare for the events you have alluded to?" Raising his eyes towards the crystal-clear sky overhead, Vahn briefly considered his response before answering, "It's hard to say. The moment I descended into this world, the future was altered in such a way that not even the gods of time would be able to accurately predict its course. Unless I simply ignore everyone and everything, most of the threats scheduled to appear in the next 18 years can be dealt with easily. Sarina is guaranteed to grow stronger at an exponential rate, and Goku has the potential to be one of the strongest beings in all universes." Appreciating the fact that Vahn hadn't simply disregarded her question, a faint smile returned to Bulmer's face as she incorporated his words into her growing plan for the future. There was no way in she was going to let her home be destroyed, so, even if she had to squander her entire fortune, she intended to make sure they were prepared for any and all threats. Well, that's a relief. 18 years is more than enough time to prepare. In fact, if we get a move on, our kid will be an adult by the time things start to get out of hand. Though she had been intending to put off having children until her early 30s, the 18-year time frame Vahn had presented was exceptionally convenient. If she could get raising a child out of the way, she would have more time to dedicate to her research once the proverbial sheet hits the fan. Surprised by Bulmer's words, it was Vahn's turn to be at a loss. He had already surmised that she was a remarkably pragmatic person. Unfortunately, pragmatism wasn't exactly a maternal quality. Bulmer may have the means to care for a whole host of children, but, with her personality, parenting would forever take a backseat to her research. Her magical studies were bound to consume even more of her time, so, as much as he would like another child, Vahn didn't think it was fair to father one just because it was convenient. Fortunately, just as Vahn was about to advise her against making a hasty decision about birthing a new life into existence, Bulmer appended, "Nah, as convenient as that would be, I'm not ready to be a mother right now. I still have to attend college, and my father is planning to name me as CEO of Capsule Corp once I finish my degree. If anything, it would be better to wait till things settle down before having a baby. Better to be safe than sorry." Having seen Vahn revert someone to their prime with a little touch, Bulmer wasn't worried about becoming too old to be a mother. She could even make use of the Dragon Balls to wish for eternal youth if she really wanted to. So, instead of jumping into parenthood, Bulmer decided to shelve the idea until she had a better grasp of the situation. So long as Sarina didn't have a child before her, it wasn't really a pressing matter. With this in mind, Bulmer surprised Vahn by asking, "Do you use contraception when you have sex with Sarina?" After supplying a dry laugh and a wry smile, Vahn explained, "Contraception is all but meaningless to gods. We don't have to worry about things like accidental pregnancies. In fact, many of us don't even possess a genetic code. My offspring, in particular, inherit the majority of their characteristics from their mothers. They are still my children, but, instead of contributing genetic material, the vital essence produced from my body refines their qualities and stimulates their evolution. In the event I produce offspring with a human, the end result is almost always a high human. If you were able to increase your strength beyond a certain threshold, there is a chance our children would be born as lesser gods or something known as a Vanir." Committing everything Vahn said to memory, innumerable trains of thoughts vied for superiority within Bulmer's mind. The notion that her power would influence the starting point and potential of her children, while obvious, wasn't something she had considered. This drastically altered her plans for the future, as, rather than simply waiting until she was in her 30s to give birth, She needed to take measures to guarantee her children had the best possible start. This meant becoming stronger, and, more importantly, learning more about the characteristics of Vahn's vital essence. After making it transparently clear he wasn't going to be able to talk himself out of his predicament, Sarina convinced Oolong that his only hope was to confess his crimes, return the children, and work off the money he had stolen. His only other option was to be turned over to the authorities in West City, a scenario that would invariably result in him being sentenced to prison for upwards of 20 years. As he would rather work on a farm than spend half his life rotting away in a penitentiary, Oolong ultimately agreed to Sarina's proposal after failing to transform more than 100 times. He was even weaker than most children without his ability to transform, so, with no other options available to him, Oolong signed a magically binding contract with Granny Pozu. He would help take care of her for the next 10 years, and, in the process, earn his freedom through tilling the land and helping to harvest crops. With that taken care of, Sarina and Goku bade farewell to the people of Aru village after promising to check in every 3 to 6 months to ensure Oolong was on his best behavior. Shortly after that, they met up with Vahn and Bulma outside the village before setting course for the Diablo Desert, a vast stretch of badlands to the west of Mount Pozu and bordering Mount Frypan. As the name implied, the Diablo Desert was a hellish place where temperatures routinely exceeded 50 degrees Celsius during the day and -3 degrees Celsius at night. This made it impossible for most plants and animals to live there, so, with the exception of a few sun-bleached stone structures, only bandits, coyotes, and a few subterranean creatures called the Diablo Desert home. Since Sarina wasn't particularly interested in Yamcha, Vahn ultimately agreed to simply fly over the inhospitable deserts surrounded by natural stone walls. She was apparently dissatisfied with the way Yamcha had treated Bulma in the series she was familiar with. The two had been together for more than 16 years, yet, despite Bulma helping to launch his baseball career and allowing Yamcha to live with her, he was constantly cheating on her. Were she not vying for Bulma to end up with Vahn? Sarina would have preferred it if the intelligent brunette had been paired with Goku. She had never been particularly fond of Kai, especially in the later arcs, so she had always envisioned Goku ending up with the childhood friend he had gone on numerous adventures with. Sarina had always found it odd that Goku had married Kai in spite of the fact the two had only known each other for a few days before subsequently separating for more than 6 years. After that, the two married, and, without any real developments between them, Gohan is born a year later and subsequently turned into a bookworm by his excessively violent and intolerant tiger mom. Though Kai supposedly loved Goku, her words and actions contradicted this at every turn. She constantly badmouthed him in front of Gohan and was vehemently against the idea of him turning out anything like his father. This had never made sense to Sarina, as, how could you purport to love someone if you didn't want your children to end up like them? From the moment of his birth, Kai had literally controlled every aspect of Gohan's life. Were it not for the fact Piccolo had literally kidnapped him, the Earth may have been destroyed several times over just because she wanted her son to be a scholar rather than a fighter. Then, despite the fact she continued to dictate his life even into his adulthood, so much so that he would sometimes go years without training, she actively trained her youngest son and allowed him to pretty much do whatever he wanted. She went from not wanting Gohan to be anything like his father to not caring at all if Goten was exactly like his father. Since Vahn had given her free rein to make decisions, Sarina was determined to change everything she hated about the version of Dragon Ball she was familiar with. This included pairings, so, even if Goku did end up with Kai, Sarina would be damned if she allowed the woman to treat him the way she did in the original series. As for Yamcha, Sarina didn't particularly care about him. He never really accomplished anything in the version of Dragon Ball she was familiar with. Instead, he literally exploited the power he had gained while training under Master Roshi to basically cheat at sports by competing against normal human beings. When things got dangerous, he was either the first to die or the first to propose running away. In the end, he ended up being relegated to little more than a background character, who, even after they were separated, leeched off Palma by convincing her to let him stay rent-free in one of her properties. It was kind of sad. I/N, alternate titles, Oolong gets his bacon cooked. Yes, vital essence. Indeed. Sarina is fucking brutal. O_O. Chapter 20, Shortsighted. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Unlike Aru, which merely resembled a ghost town, the villages surrounding Mount Frypan had been abandoned shortly after Mount Frypan, previously known as Pleasant Mountain, became enveloped in perennial flames. With the regional temperature shooting up by several tens of degrees, the local flora and fauna had been devastated. To make matters exponentially worse, the flames had created a perpetual pressure differential that caused all sorts of disastrous weather phenomena. Things got especially bad during winter, as the rapid cooling of nearby bodies of water contributed to hurricane-like conditions that would devastate the surrounding regions for upwards of 4 months. Running through the region on foot, Sarina was able to witness the devastation wrought upon the region firsthand. Her expression became progressively gloomier, and, were it not for the fact Vahn was running alongside her, she may have had to take a break. The sight of innumerable skeletons, many belonging to humans, weighed heavily on her mind. How could things end up like this? I understand it was caused by an accident, but why didn't the people just leave before things got out of hand? Reaching the ruins nearest the base of Mount Frypan, Sarina couldn't help voicing her concerns. In response, Vahn guided her head to chest, gently combing through her hair as he explained, "People can be remarkably stubborn at times. For many, this area would have been the place their ancestors settled after the devastation wrought by King Piccolo. They would have worked tirelessly to rebuild, and, in the process, several generations of their family would come to be buried here. Abandoning their home wouldn't have been an easy decision for them to make. There is a reason people readily take up arms to defend their countries, communities, and homes." Though Vahn's words didn't drastically improve her mood, Sarina felt more at ease after hearing his explanation. The warmth coming from his body also helped, and, were it not for the fact she could feel a distant tremor rapidly approaching, she would have liked to stay with him for a while longer. Instead, she gave him a quick hug before reluctantly separating to say, "I'm guessing that's the Ox King." Wearing armor vaguely reminiscent of a Chinese warlord, the Ox King was a mountain of a man at 428 centimeters in height and nearly 370 centimeters in breadth. Shoulders. Each and every one of his steps shook the ground beneath him, and, despite appearing as a harmless, fun-loving individual later in the series, he was currently running towards the group like an enraged bull. "Hey, you there. This place is a restricted area. Leave at once or suffer the consequences." Without waiting for the group, consisting of Vahn, Sarina, and Goku to respond, the Ox King threw his monstrously oversized axe like a boomerang. He didn't actually aim for anyone in particular, but the wind pressure generated from the momentous projectile was enough to knock Goku on his butt, while Sarina was forced to shield her eyes from the veritable dust storm kicked up in its wake. In a very obvious attempt to scare them off, the Ox King followed his assault by raising his arms up like a bear and roaring, "This is your only warning. Leave at once," in a booming voice that echoed off the surrounding mountains. Creating a pair of goggles for herself using their requip system, Sarina rushed towards the Ox King with seemingly reckless abandon. This surprised the giant fellow quite a bit, as, for a brief moment, he wasn't even able to follow Sarina's movements as she planted her heel into his chest, shouting, "Calm down," as she sent his massive body sliding backward. Touching the area where Sarina had kicked, Ox King was surprised to find a foot-shaped imprint in his reinforced, carbon fiber breastplate. The material was durable enough to withstand point-blank shelling from tanks, yet, without so much as a single sign of damage to her heels, his opponent was able to leave an imprint in the material with a simple kick. Realizing his opponent was no simple woman, Ox King extended his hand towards the axe that had embedded itself in the train, asking, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" As the enchanted armament came flying back to him, though she was a little surprised when the massive axe came flying past her, Sarina did her best to quell the tumultuous beating of her heart as she stood tall and answered, My name is Sarina. My companions and I have come here to help extinguish the flames of Mount Frypan. In exchange, we were hoping you could help us find a crystal ball that resembles this. Pulling out the faux dragon ball Vahn had given her, Sarina's body tensed when the Ox King moved close enough that his body nearly blocked the view of the mountain behind him. The series she was familiar with hadn't done his size justice. He was far from the biggest person she had seen, but that didn't make him any less intimidating. Bending down, the lenses on Ox King's helmet appeared to zoom in like a telescopic camera as he remarked, "I recognize this ball. There's one just like it in my treasury." Raising his head, Ox King shifted his attention from Sarina to Vahn and Goku before adding, "Very well. So long as you can extinguish the fire surrounding my castle, the orb is yours." Noticing the cloud Goku was standing on, Ox King's words gained a bewildered inflection towards the end. His massive, bearded head promptly tilted to the side, and, despite radiating a frightening aura moments prior, he suddenly gave off an impression reminiscent of a harmless teddy bear as he asked, "That cloud and that staff. Where did you obtain such things?" Without even considering whether or not he should keep it a secret, a carefree smile developed across Goku's face as he unhesitantly replied, "Master Roshi and my grandpa gave them to me." Recognizing the former and intuiting who the latter must be, an ecstatic grin developed across Ox King's face as he promptly ignored Sarina to make his way over to Goku. Roshi was the person who had trained him years prior, and, despite their past rivalry, Goku's grandfather had been one of his best and closest friends. "That must mean you're Gohan's boy. Come, let me get a good look at you." Though he was a bit taken aback by the Ox King's drastic change in behavior, Goku maintained a friendly smile as he answered, "That's right. I'm Goku," before following it up with asking, "How did you know my grandpa?" Adopting an even wider smile, Ox King remarked, "Goku, that's a fine name." Before answering, "As for how I know your grandpa, well, we were like brothers when we trained under Master Roshi. We fought and trained together every single day and even went on a few adventures together. Tell me, what has that old rascal been up to? I haven't seen or heard from him in more than 10 years." Similar to when Master Roshi had asked him the same question, Goku's smile became noticeably more melancholic as he revealed Gohan's death. This caused a somber expression to appear upon the Ox King's face, but, moments later, he was all smiles again as he stated, "Well, knowing Gohan, I'm sure he died with a smile on his face. Now, tell me, what brings you here? Is it true you came to help this old man extinguish the flames surrounding my castle?" While he had no clue how they were going to help, Goku didn't hesitate to nod his head, smiling as he answered, "That's right. Me, Uncle Vahn, Sarina, and Bulma are currently on a journey to collect the Dragon Balls. If there's one in your castle, we'll be happy to extinguish the flames for you." Using his massive, oversized hand to pat Goku atop his head, Ox King remarked, "Good lad," with a toothy grin on his face. Then, as if he had just realized something, he asked, "If you don't mind my asking, how old are you this year?" Without having to consider his response, Goku immediately replied, "I just turned 12 this year." "Why do you ask?" Though he assumed Goku would be younger due to his size, the smile on Ox King's face widened as he said, "That's great. You're the same age as my beloved daughter, Kai Kai. Why don't the two of you get married? She's a bit of a coward, but the two of you would make an excellent couple." Tilting his head to the side, Goku asked, "A couple of what?" Before Sarina stepped in to say, "You shouldn't go arranging your daughter's marriage like that. At least let them get to know each other before you think to propose such a thing. I mean, how do you even know they would get along?" Shifting his attention to Sarina, the smile on Ox King's face faded away as he explained, "Gohan and I agreed that we would marry our children if one was a boy and the other was a girl. Goku might be Gohan's grandson, but he's the perfect age for my little Kai Kai. Now that Gohan has passed on, it's my duty to ensure his grandson is able to live a happy and healthy life. With my Kai Kai at his side, he's guaranteed to be happy." Like most fathers, Ox King saw his daughter as an absolutely flawless little angel. He couldn't even fathom someone refusing to marry her, so, even though Sarina hadn't directly insulted Kai Kai, his fatherly instincts had kicked in. Refusing to back down, a hazy aura began to exude from Sarina's body as she asserted, You don't know that. Though they were concealed behind his helmet, Ox King's brows furrowed deeply as his gigantic maw formed into a frown. Before he could lash out and challenge Sarina to a death match, however, Goku chimed in to ask, "What's marriage?" Believing Goku was asking him, Ox King turned to face the boy only to find him looking toward the man who had been standing off to the side since the start of the encounter. This caused Ox King's eyes to squint, but, recalling that Goku had referred to Vahn as uncle, the smile promptly returned to his face as he asked, "Are you one of Gohan's kids?" Blinking in surprise, Vahn opened his mouth to speak only for Ox King to approach him with a wide smile on his face, asserting, "I can see the resemblance. Your features are a little different but you have the same calming aura as old Gohan. How about it, kiddo? Will you marry my darling Kai Kai and help fulfill my promise with your father?" Without waiting for Vahn's response, Ox King pulled out a relatively recent photo of Kai Kai before shoving it into his face and saying, "Take a look. Isn't she just the more adorable thing you've ever seen?" Resisting the urge to point out that a 12-year-old girl shouldn't be running around in bikini-like armor, Vahn forced a smile as he answered, "I'm flattered, really, but there is quite a substantial age difference between your daughter and myself." I'm slapping Vahn on the back. Ox King's thunderous voice echoed off the surrounding mountains as he shouted, "Nonsense. Things like that don't matter. Why? Kai Kai's mother was more than 38 years younger than me when we got married. So long as you take care of one another, things like age don't matter in the slightest." Ignoring the slack-jawed expression on Vahn's face, Ox King followed his words by cupped his hands around his mouth and shouting, "Kai-Chi," in a booming voice that caused dust and debris from the surrounding ruins to kick up and quiver. Immediately thereafter, an equally loud but considerably more feminine voice answered, "Kuuming tilde," before a young girl wearing blue bikini armor came bounding over a building like in a teal cape. I/N, alternate titles, Firebad.com. Ox King has a rock in place of his brain. Kai Kai's original design always confused the hell out of me.